Good morning. I would like to call this meeting to order. For the record, the time is 9:03. At this time, we're going to have a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer. Sheriff Withrow, can you please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Hey, this is the time we normally take for a little moment of prayer, a moment of silence, and I just wanted everyone to know that this morning our officers were involved in a shooting at 7 o'clock. All of our officers came out unscathed, but I was asked that you keep them in your prayers or your thoughts this morning, their families, and the suspect who was injured also, his family. So please keep them in your prayers.
Thank you, sir. Okay, thank you. Supervisor Nguyen, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
For the record, today's date is August 27th, 2019. Clerk of the board, can we have a roll call, please?
Supervisor Miller?
Here.
Supervisor Patty?
Yes.
Supervisor Nguyen?
Here.
Supervisor Elliott?
Here.
And Chairman Villapudua?
Here. At this time, we do have a recognition. Clerk of the board, can you please read the recognition?
Today, the Board of Supervisors will be recognizing the Greater Valley Conservation Corps and their director, Nick Mueller, and I would invite them down to the podium. This recognition is to celebrate another year of successful partnership with the Greater Valley Conservation Corps and the San Joaquin County 1st Supervisorial District. During Community Development's annual community cleanup program, which was promoted as Free Dumpster Day in District 1. They had a total of 7 events, 3 of which were shared with an adjacent district and were promoted heavily throughout the 1st Supervisorial District. In 2018, they smashed their 2017 numbers with a 46% increase from prior year with an additional 15 dumpsters. This year, they had another increase of 29% from the prior year with an additional 14 dumpsters. Overall, getting closer to doubling their 2017 numbers, 29 additional dumpsters, which is over 30 tons of extra trash and junk that have been hauled away. During these cleanups, they were able to help elderly, disabled, and U.S. military veterans, and they couldn't have done this without the partnership of the Greater Valley Conservation Corps. These young men and women went to the homes of elderly, disabled, and U.S. military veterans, performing cleanups and hauling away their trash and junk for free. This act of goodwill and community involvement is commendable. In overall, the last 2 years, a total of 162 elderly, disabled, and military veterans have been helped because of the Greater Valley Conservation Corps. Director Nick Mueller, his staff, Deborah Phillips, Steve Keffer, Roosevelt, Alex, and all the men and women in this outstanding program are appreciated and recognized today by the chairman. Thank you.
Nick, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah. Just, on behalf of the San Joaquin County Office of Education and the Greater Valley Conservation Corps, we're very appreciative and thankful for the opportunity to help the members of the community, to help them to clean up the blight and remove some of the materials that they have from their homes, and if they're not able to, that we're able to provide that service to them. It's a meaningful work. It's something that our men and women, our staff members, and our Corps members sincerely get excited about and really appreciate, cleaning up the community and helping out. So again, thank you very much for thinking of us and letting us be part of this this project. We're really excited and thankful for that.
Okay. Again, the supervisor would like to comment. Supervisor Elliott?
Yes, thank you very much for your efforts to help clean up the communities that you've been involved with. It's a wonderful service to all the community members, and I especially want to thank you for your attention to our veterans who need that assistance and whose assistance that you provided. So thank you very much.
Supervisor Wynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As Supervisor Elliott says, we need more organizations like yourselves to go out. We are the county's starting a Clean San Joaquin program, which obviously you are an integral part of, and certainly we hope to replicate what you're doing in other areas. I also want to recognize Chairman Villalpudua and Chris Rupe, his chief of staff, in regards to their efforts in their district in regards to cleaning up some of the more blighted areas, and that's a great program, and I appreciate all you do. So again, we hope that we can expand your program, hopefully maybe expand your program individually as opposed to other programs like that. So thanks for all your hard work.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Patty?
Do I have to say something nice that includes you as well? I would like to recognize our chairman, Supervisor Villalpudua. In your district and throughout San Joaquin County, you've stepped up and you've made a big difference helping clean up a lot of trash and people. So a round of applause for our chairman. And Greater Valley Conservation Corps, you guys lend more than a helping hand. You guys really step up and go above and beyond. Your work, your dedication, your commitment to your community, and your own future. It speaks volumes of you and your character and your integrity. So thank you. We really appreciate it. It makes a tremendous difference. So thank you to everybody that participates.
Supervisor Miller?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to just echo everyone's sentiments on what a great job you do. And, what you do is really about more than just cleaning up a neighborhood. It really is a big step toward reinstilling pride in the folks that live there in their neighborhood. And a lot of what you do then, it ripples outward. It takes on a bigger life, and it leads to other projects, other beautification projects, other, just get-togethers with the neighborhood. It really helps anchor and really support our neighbors and our neighborhoods. So thank you all very much for what you do.
Guys, I want to really thank the Greater Valley Conservation Corps. You guys done an amazing job of helping my community, our district, our county clean up this, illegal dumping is huge in people's yards, and veterans and disabled people is amazing. And Nick, I personally want to thank you. You've been a good friend. You've helped me a lot, and every time I've called, you've never said no. Done a great job for our district and for our whole county, for that matter. And I want to thank you all for what you do in our community. And I have this certificate I want to present to you. It's in recognition of your dedicated service, your commitment, and assistance to the recent community cleanup events in San Joaquin County. Thank you for your community involvement and your many contributions to our district, to our county. And thank you very much. Maybe you guys stick around. That'd be great. Okay, thank you so much, Nick. Thanks. Thank you. Okay, next is the minutes of August 13, 2019 and August 21st, 2019.
Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry, public comment. At this time, we'll have public comment. We'll have 3 minutes. Please come forward. First name on the board is Diane Butner, I believe. Public comment.
Good morning. IHS. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the number of citizens in this county that are over 65 years old that have been working without, and their care providers who have been working without a valid contract for 3 years. There's other people who've also been working without a contract. I've watched the show in the city, and I'll not have it happen in the county. Not quietly. We need you guys to help protect the citizens of this county. That's your job. It isn't to the developers or whomever it is you hold your allegiance to. The bottom line is that the people need a raise. Our living wage is not anywhere in sight. I'm retired on disability, and I could use the services of IHS, but I don't qualify. I make too much money. And at the same time, I'll qualify for the CARE program. These workers are the ones who would be taking care of me. And I got to tell you, how we treat our common everyday workers that help us do what we need to do with senior citizens is despicable. That's not what this country was meant to do. And it's our job as citizens to come up here and to tell you, no, we're not going to take this. I'm loving the whole security checkpoint thing now. That's real special. When you know the gig is up, then certain things come into play. And I'm telling you, the people have about had it in this county. And I'm not going to go and shoot anybody. I don't have a gun. But the bottom line is that we need to take care of the citizens of this county and stop playing games with trying to make money. The gig is up, folks. This isn't about making money. It's about being able to survive in this system.
Okay, we have a big stack of, a lot of people want to talk, so we're going to keep it to 2 minutes, please. And the next two speakers are Ruben Cortez and Brianna Garcia.
Yes, my name is Ruben Cortez, and I'm from Manteca. And just a quick little bit about me. I worked at DLA in Tracy Depot for 45 years, and starting in 1967, I joined the United States military, the Navy, and then I switched over to the Air Force, so I did 28 years military. I was called up while in the Navy to Saudi Arabia, spent 4 months there, and I'm back, and I've been a provider for my mother for the last 10 years, and she's 103, and she has, there's nothing wrong with her right now that was going to have her die anytime soon. So it's my understanding that in this country, in this area, we're going to have more seniors, so we need more providers. And I'm really not that happy with the word providers. We are caregivers. And the key word in that statement is care. We care. I would take care of my mother even if I wasn't getting paid. And I do it 24/7. And I support this union in what they're trying to do to get a contract. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brenda Garcia. This is my daughter, Ariana Cuevas. I care for my daughter simply because she didn't ask to be the way she was. Neither did our veterans that serve our great nation, and neither did our seniors that aged into the system. We need to do our due diligence as human beings to provide them with dignity and respect care once they hit a certain point where they're not physically capable to care for themselves on a daily basis. Period. And so, thusly, I actually have to train nurses that get paid more than me. She was hospitalized because the facility that I sent her to on the weekend, daycare provider at the time, didn't follow my instructions. Prior to that, I went to that facility to train them on a regular basis because I noticed the high turnover of aides that were hired with minimum wage to provide the needs of the clients that were in there. It's a pediatric daycare facility. And so the staff were overworked. The nurses were one nurse to 5 or 4 children. And when she got hospitalized, because she got too heavy for them to transfer because they're not given enough resources to be able to get the lifts and such to be able to provide my stringent requirements for her daily care, because if she lays down for a feed, she will have pancreatitis. They didn't follow my instructions. She got hospitalized. I spent a month a month in the hospital, which costs you and every taxpayer in here more money to have her hospitalized because people can't follow instructions who I train and they get paid more money than me. We didn't ask for this job, but I'm going to do it. And I went to school to be a social worker, to be able to serve those that were underserved. And now I'm her provider. Please consider helping those who help the less fortunate if you don't.
Our next two speakers are Camille Chastain and Kathleen Gabson.
Come on. Oh, sorry.
Is Camille here? Okay, Kathleen, the board is yours. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Chairman Billapudwa. You know, I had the unfortunate experience of continuum of care this past week. They haven't done anything in 4 years, in my opinion. And believe me, my opinion matters. I'm a taxpayer, okay? I work hard. I worked hard my whole life. Miss Nino, I laugh because you get a 5-year contract. You got a 12% raise. You make $325,000. You're one of the main reasons why these people can't, these 6,000 workers, the largest workforce in San Joaquin County, can't get a dollar raise. You're one of the reasons the sheriff's department's having trouble with these contracts. And by God, you, the elected, are more of the reason. Elections are coming, and I hope that San Joaquin County and above and beyond remembers your names, okay? Because if you think I'm up here for political reasons, you're crazy. I'm the most politically incorrect person there is. I'm about the people. I don't accept any favors. I don't do any bribes. I don't get my butt licked or my boots kissed. Okay? So, I hope you guys come to your senses and give these poor workers money. You talk about livable wages and avoiding homelessness and stuff, and give them some money. Be the first to do so. Man, you guys give her hundreds of thousands of dollars for what? And she lives in Danville, California, not even in San Joaquin County, the same bull that we went through with the city. And we got rid of him. That's it.
Hi, I'm Camille Christian, and I'm here because workers that work very hard are asking you to spend 17 cents on the dollar so that they can get a dollar raise. That's all it's costing the county per person, is 17 cents. The county has a budget of reserve of $88 million. It costs $1.6 million to make sure that people that are working hard and saving the county money can have a little bit more money to eat off of. Because it does not meet what it costs to live here. We're not talking about making sure that they can live a good life. We're just talking about giving them a raise that they should have got years ago. I walk in here and we're praying and we're honoring people, but these people need to be honored. We need to be honored because we are doing the hard work. We do the heavy lifting. Individuals that do in-home care tend to die faster than the people that they're caring for. And that's because they pour all of their life into those individuals. Because if they don't, those people don't live. So we give up everything. What if you were in my shoes? If you were in my shoes, I had a contracting company. I had to stop it. What if you found yourself where all of your money is gone and you have your wife, your son, your daughter, your mother that you have to take care of? And now you are sitting here trying to ask somebody to give you a $1 raise so that you can only make $13 an hour? How would you feel about that? Would you really feel that you are doing, or the people you're talking to sitting across from you around this circle is doing you right and doing fair by you? God bless you.
Our next two speakers are Dan Harrison and Angika Ward.
Good morning, Chairman and other fellow board members. My name is Dan Harrison. I'm the current president of Mountain House Board of Directors. And what I'd like to do is read a letter. Dear board members, the Mountain House Community Service District's Board of Directors strongly object to the reduction in police protection services unilaterally imposed by the San Joaquin County Sheriffs, effective August 19th, 2019. As you know, Mountain House Community Service District fully funds 7 deputy sheriffs and 1 sergeant to meet the public protection needs of our community. This is a minimum level of staffing necessary to provide our community with protection on a daily basis. In addition, we believe it is the minimum amount of staffing required to ensure that our officers can safely and responsibly execute their duties. Mountain House Community Service District has contracted with the county for police protection service for over 15 years. It was quite a shock to be given less than 4 days' notice that our services were going to be reduced by 75%. Unacceptable. We are one of the fastest growing communities in the state. Our population has doubled to more than 22,000 residents over the past decade. It is unconscionable to think that 2 sheriff deputies can meet the police protection needs of our community. And it is unconscionable to provide with no advance notice from the sheriff, allowing our community no time to seek alternatives in advance of a staffing reduction. Unlike the other reductions made by the sheriff, cuts to Mountain House negatively impact the county's physical bottom line. The county is foregoing over $100,000 per month in revenue during this reduction in staff. Won't this further exacerbate the funding issues that the county is facing in their labor negotiations? We strongly encourage you to provide the resources necessary to ensure that the citizens of Mountain House continue to receive a level of service that are paying for via our outgoing contractual relationship with the county and the significant amount of property tax paid by our residents in San Joaquin. Restoring police protection services to Mountain House is the right thing to do and ensures the residents of our community are provided with around-the-clock protection and will ensure that the county does not forgo revenue for police services. And signed by myself and my fellow board members. Thank you very much.
Good morning. So I'm not here this morning to tell you how valuable the work that we do is. You've heard that from me for the past 11 months. What I am here to do this morning is to speak about facts. So facts are the county council heard a rumor, responded by scheduling a meeting, and county supervisors won't even meet with our delegation about negotiations. So with federal and state matching money that our union fought to secure in Sacramento and Washington, D.C., our $1 wage supplement proposal only cost the county 17.5 cents. I don't even know how you half a cent, but it's that little, 17 cents. This county can afford a wage increase with its $1.8 billion budget. So you all have said that you value the work that we do, but we're not seeing that reflected at the table. How many of you are willing to do a walk a day? Walk one day in our shoes, and then maybe the value that you say you see will be reflected at the negotiation table. Thank you. And since my 2 minutes isn't up, what do we want? When do we want it? Now. What do we want? And when do we want it? Now. And if we don't get it? And if we don't get it?
Okay, thank you. Our next two speakers, Brenda Vasquez and John Mendelson.
Good morning, Board. I'm here to speak about the sheriff's officer's contract, and also the SEIU contract should be put forth. But the sheriff's contracts, you know, these guys are out there every day working their asses off. And since Pat has been in office, in his position, you know what, there has been a lot of change. And I think you should be ashamed of yourself. And I think you should push a contract forth. I just want you guys to all know, your contracts are almost up. Your contracts are almost up. March 3rd, your contracts will be up. You guys all know I'm an advocate in this city. I will advocate against every one of you that is up for position. I will advocate, and everybody knows what I want, I actually will get. And when their contract is up, I will make sure the new Board of Supervisors will make sure you don't have your position. I will make sure of that. I promise you, Ms. Nino, you will not be sitting in that position. What I want, I will get. I promise you that. Because this is ridiculous. Give the Sheriff's Department a contract now. They work their asses off. They protect us every single day. I'm glad that's why I'm applying for my CCW, and I'm going to get it so that I can protect my family. And it's a shame that we have to go that route, because our Sheriff's Department can no longer back the city, the police department, like they've been doing. So now we don't even get that no more in the city, much less that they're out there protecting the whole area. Give them their contract now.
Okay, I just want to remind the crowd that public comment is not for personal attacks. So please keep to the agenda. John Mendelson, are you here?
Supervisors, thank you for the opportunity. Just since the San Joaquin Continuum of Care has been a topic of conversation recently, I thought I'd come by and give a quick update as to some of the actions being taken, especially in regards to seeking new emergency shelter capacity for homeless residents of the county. One of the reasons that you haven't seen a fully formed plan put forward by the COC is not that this work is not happening. It is not that action is not being taken. It is that the COC is not comfortable forwarding an incomplete or non-sustainable or non-actionable plan to the board. One of the things that we really look for is the idea that not only can we establish something, but that we can keep it running, because we don't want to do what some other communities have done, which is poured a lot of money into some type of emergency shelter expansion that has lasted a series of months. And while it does get people off the streets, and while it does get some people into permanent housing, it ends up shutting down after 9, 12, or 15 months and putting people right back out on the streets. And we're hoping to come up with ideas and projects that are sustainable in the long term. To that end, right now, a special shelter committee has been convened and tasked with listing features of an appropriate and successful locations for an expanded emergency shelter effort. And we're hoping to return that guidance within the next 100 days. The committee is also available to provide guidance on any specific locations that are identified. To that end, I'd really like to request the partnership of both you on the board and county staff in possibly identifying any government-owned parcels that could be used toward an emergency shelter expansion or construction, and also urge that any effort that is put forward, especially through one-time state money, is probably going to have to be matched by continued sustained investments at the local level. Thank you very much for your time, and I'm always available for any of you to reach me. Thank you.
Our next two speakers are Tracy Glaze and Sherry Long.
Good morning. Saturday, the 24th, San Joaquin Delta Neighborhood Watch had a small group of 7 I call the Delta Heroes, which included Supervisor Tom Patty, finish up a week-long collection of garbage and human feces that was floating in the waterway on Calaveras rivers. The vagrants are using the Delta as their personal dumping ground for everything, including human waste. The vagrants on the west end of the area failed to comply and did not leave. Due to equipment and time restraint, their encampment was not able to be cleaned. On Sunday, Frank Rousey reported a mass amount of garbage and human feces floating in the water. I went up to survey and the area, and the vagrants started yelling foul language, flipping us off, raising their arms and yelling, "What are you going to do about it now?" and laughing and pointing at all of the garbage that they had thrown into the water. Our question to you, what are you going to do? We're not a group that just complains and demands for change. We are here to do what needs to be done, what no one else is doing. There is a meeting, there isn't a meeting that we attend, that some city official, elected official, uses the excuse that we'll be sued to instill fear and deflect why things aren't getting done. I ask you why the residents of San Joaquin County shouldn't start a class action suit for the continued failure to protect our basic right to safety, health, and welfare. And now, San Joaquin residents are facing our San Joaquin Sheriff losing their officers and having to reduce patrols due to not having a contract that allows them to be competitive in the surrounding areas. The real world, the private sector, your wages reflect your ability to get the job done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm a private citizen. I work hard. I work out in Sacramento. I'm away from my home every day, all day. I'm a single parent. My daughter's home. I have been victimized twice in my home. I have contacted the San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office, and they were there within minutes. You have decided that I don't need that help anymore by refusing to negotiate and sign a contract with this wonderful group of people who put their lives on the line every day for people like myself. How dare you? How dare you refuse to negotiate and help us who work hard every day to provide for our families? How can you do that to each of us who work very hard to be a good citizen of this county? We need the Sheriff's Department. We need each other. Please help us. We need each other. I've done everything I can do. I've installed cameras. I work with my neighbors. We need to help the Sheriff's Office. They can't do it by themselves. We have to all work together. We need you. You need us. Please work with us. Help us. They need a contract. These deputies need us. We need them. We need to stand together. We need to fight together. We cannot let these bad guys win. We have a lot of homeless people out there victimizing us. Please help us work with them. Thank you.
Our next two speakers are Jackie Shaw and Dr. Julie Brown.
Good morning, supervisors. Miguel Vidya, Kathy Miller, Tom Patty, Chuck Wynn, and Bob Elliott, who's running for Congress. Thank you for this meeting. Tempted to shorten My name is Jackie Lachlan Shaw, grower and prof author, teacher, born and raised west of Lodi. We support the 100-year Farm Bureau who object to Mount Trashmore dumping and the double talk on hemp, as the sheriff said, indistinguishable hemp, adding to cost to the sheriff deputies. Rural agritourism neighbors are against any increased crimes by any narco crops as insufferable to schools and community career jobs. Any narco drug trafficking terrorizes rural families who pay county tax without any rural representative. That breaks a 2,000-year Roman law. I would like to submit, surely it's not just teachers who have seen many broken families and 47 opioid deaths and suicides per day. We request redistricting, adding 2 rural supervisors ASAP. That means 2 rural supervisors from Lodi areas at large, Lodi and Acampo, and from Manteca. Lodi is #1 in the world's heart-healthy wine grapes. Also, Manteca has target practice sites, and these can help the sheriff deputies who are overextended. Monterey County has given protective vote for their food crop industry, and we help provide towards 50% of the nation. A Farm Bureau notes we produce over 200 kinds. Is that a buzzer that it's been 2 minutes?
In 2 minutes, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for letting me email to you.
Okay.
Good morning, Chairman Villapudua and Council. I'm here to speak on behalf of the sheriffs this morning who are without a contract for 4.5 years, without a fair cost of living wage for 7 years. They gave up their opportunity to get a raise at their last contract because our county was facing financial difficulties. But now we're in a situation where, excuse me, we had an increase in our budget, this past budget, of $4.8 million. During this time, they're only asking for a fair increase of 6% over 3 years. They're not asking to have the highest wage, just a fair wage. We've had a loss of 10 officers this year already. We have the potential to lose 26 to 30 officers. And right now we only have 66 of the expected 129 that we're supposed to have. Every time we lose an officer, it costs us a minimum of $310,000 to train a new person. That doesn't include the several tiers of training if we have a SWAT officer. We're already facing major issues. Crime is a concern, or you wouldn't have metal detectors downstairs. Crime is a concern, or you wouldn't have had an emergency meeting to make sure you retain your officer for these meetings. Please show the same concern for our tax-paying residents and their safety and respect for our officers as you do for these meetings and yourselves. Thank you.
Our next 2 speakers, Janet Rivera and Gina Castellano, I believe.
Good morning, supervisors. It's a pleasure to see you today. I'm here in support of the Farm Bureau because they provide the best vegetables and fruits that our county has. Also, I would like to say that my father-in-law's home is close to the Mount Rushmore, and for years and years and years, he's now passed, but his sister owns it. We can't get that landfill site any bigger, please. And especially that we're not even just the county is dumping, but I understand there are other counties that are dumping here, it's just not healthy. It's not healthy for us. We can use that land to feed more people. And as I said, I'm in support of it. Supervisor Patty, you had a meeting and others over at the Holt Elementary. Is that correct? I worked over there for 25 years. The roadways, and especially the one coming off of Highway 4, going Holt and out of Holt, is dangerous. Very dangerous. Dangerous at night, dangerous during the day. And by golly, don't go there when it's foggy, because you may end up in a ditch. So please, don't do any more landfilling in that area. Don't spread that landfill anymore. It's just not feasible. Thank you.
Yeah. We have one more speaker.
Good morning. I need the County Board of Supervisors to protect my interest as a taxpayer, and not only that, to get to the table with the Sheriff's Department, because I need the sheriffs to protect my friend here. They need to come out and protect our seniors. We need to impact our folks that are with the developmental disabilities community. We need to come back to the table and negotiate. As a matter of fact, get back to the table and negotiate all your contracts that you have. Okay? This is Precious. This is Precious. And Precious is expecting you to protect her by putting those sheriffs back out in the street. Thank you.
Anyone else who would like to address the board? I see none. I'll close public comment. Thank you. Moving on to the minutes. August 13th of 2019 and August 21st of 2019. If there's any corrections, we'll make a motion for approval.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Is there a second?
Yes, second.
Been first and second. We have a vote, please. The minutes carry 5-0. Thank you very much. Vice Chair Patty, is there any appointments to boards and commissions, please?
Yes, I do, Chairman. Starting from the top, I have the following recommendations. Appointment of one position to the Advisory Water Commission. One building and construction industry representative, Mr. Christopher Nudek. Appointment of two positions to the Assessment Appeals Board. One third regular member, Mr. Robert Smolk. Second alternative member, Mr. William R. Fields. Appointment to one position to the Behavioral Health Board. One general interest representative, Mr. Charles Epperson, Jr. Appointment of one position to the Civil Service Commission. 1/5 Supervisorial District Representative, Amrik Wander. Appointment of one position to the Commission on Aging. 1/5 Supervisorial District Representative, Mary Fran Block. Clerk of the Board to re-advertise 3 positions to the Taft Community Center Advisory Board. I have an appointment of 2 positions to the Tracy Public Cemetery District Board of Trustees. Position number 6501.1, Mr. Derek J. Davis. Position number 6501.2, Mr. Richard Paulson. That is all. I make a motion to approve the recommendations. Record.
It's been first and second. We have a vote, please. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much. Moving on to the consent calendar. Would any supervisor like to pull any items? We'll start with Supervisor Elliott.
And number 23 and number 31.
I'm sorry, what was that?
23 and 31.
23 and 31. Supervisor Wynn.
Item number 6 and 32.
6 and 32. Supervisor Patty.
Yes, Chairman. Number 11 and 24, please.
11 and 24. Supervisor Miller?
Thank you. I'd just like to pull item number 27, please.
Okay, starting with item number 6, General Services proclaimed the month of September 2019 as National Preparedness Month in San Joaquin County. Supervisor Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reason I asked to pull this item is simply to make the public aware of the efforts that certainly our OES and our General Service Director have done. Because I think, as we have seen over the past few months, the necessity to be prepared for a lot of potential catastrophes, disasters that occur. So if you could kind of give us just a quick overview of how you would address this particular month of September and what activities you will be providing for the public to make them more aware of their role in preparing for these events.
Thank you. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Shelley Lima with the Office of Emergency Services, and I'd like to elaborate on some of the things that we have in store since I submitted that board letter. OES is proud to partner with other county agencies in preparedness. This year we've partnered with Public Health and many of the fire districts, thanks to the Fire Chiefs Association, to increase our county's preparedness outreach efforts over the last year. During the coming month of September, there will be a number of special activities in recognition of National Preparedness Month. This year, Prepared, Not Scared is our overarching national theme. Each week we'll have a different theme where we will highlight specific planning activities. The weekly themes are Save Early for Disaster Costs, Make a Plan to Prepare for Disasters, Teach Youth to Prepare for Disasters, and Get Involved in Your Community's Preparedness. Specifically for county employees, OES will be hosting 3 brown bag preparedness trainings that will cover financial emergency management. These 25-minute sessions will be held during the lunch hour, where we will share simple steps to protect your valuables, and we'll discuss various documents to gather now that will help to start the recovery process in the event of a disaster or an emergency. For our social media Facebook followers, we'll host 2 contests in an attempt to increase our preparedness outreach. During weeks 1 and 2, we'll ask followers to show us a picture of their emergency kit. And during weeks 3 and 4, followers will be asked to share their best emergency preparedness hack. For more details will be presented with the contests, and winners will receive a certificate and a small prize. OES encourages all of you to share these contests to your followers as they are presented. We think there'll be some great ideas and it'll be lots of fun as well. And lastly, following last year's success with the hands-only CPR event, where 211 people were trained in the hands-only CPR during one day thanks to our local fire stations, we'll try to improve that record. Hands-only CPR has been proven effective when one witnesses an adult or a teen collapse. Children as young as 9 years old are able to remember and conduct the skills efficiently or effectively. This year, hands-only CPR will be taught at 6 different locations throughout the county on Saturday, September the 14th. Family members of all ages are invited to one of the venues hosted in cities or in the fire districts of Lathrop Manteca Fire, Linden Fire, McCollum, Montezuma, Ripon, and Woodbridge. Visit our new website, sjready.org, and click on the hands-only banner for the time and locations. The events are also listed on our Facebook page. In addition to the events, we'll participate in a number of other events during the month, such as Family Day in the Park at Weber Point, large private employer public health and safety fairs, a school health and safety fair, and all to promote emergency preparedness. Thank you for this opportunity to share some of the things we have in store for just the month of September.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
A quick comment. I've had the opportunity to see Shelley at the Fire Chiefs meeting every month, and you do an outstanding job in advising them on what's going on OES and how they can work with you and you can work with them. So and also to your efforts in regards to our emergency operations center, et cetera. So you're doing an excellent job, and I want to thank you for your efforts and certainly how you've raised the level of performance of that particular operation. So thank you.
Thank you.
Else? Okay, well, thank you for that presentation.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 11, General Services. Approval of the San Joaquin County Parks and Recreation Division's response to the 2018-19 Grand Jury Report entitled Mickey Grove Zoo, Honoring the Past, Securing the Future, 2018-2019. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to review quickly, and on the very end, under recommendations and agency responses, we're talking about Department evaluate all available funding sources for the improvement of Mickey Grove Zoo and report their findings to the Board of Supervisors by December 31st, 2020. Same applies to the Department will evaluate available funding sources and reports the findings to the Board by December 31st, 2020. That's more than 16 months from now. Why would it take another 16 months to evaluate that? Could we do it sooner?
So we not only have Mickey Grove Zoo Park that we have to address a number of items as it relates to the grand jury, but we also have the park. So taking into consideration wanting to look at the full scale of what we're going to do from a strategic planning perspective, we have to determine what the direction is and what specifically we want out of the zoo to do some of these things. So then it's more than just this one piece. Certainly if we can expedite and do that sooner, we will, but I think to leave it at that date with all the requests that we have and everything else going on, that's a reasonable timeline.
I know that I've brought this up, over a year ago with you about the funding sources, and you had mentioned you've got multiple things going on and identifying and possible grants and one-time funding and such coming forward. So that's, if we add the extra year that we've talked about this, that's over 2.5 years. I think we need some faster action, in my opinion. I'd like to see something done in the next 6 months.
So not to say that we don't take opportunity and grant fundings and other opportunities when they become available at the more immediate need. We certainly have done that. We're working closely with the Army Corps of Engineers that has brought in Prop 68 funds that's going to allow for a number of projects at the zoo. So in addition to that, there are other things from a project perspective that are taking place. So you can only do so much at one time. And again, if we can certainly expedite that 16 months, we will, but I do believe it's a reasonable time frame at this point.
So if we were to look at maybe, let's say, I mentioned 6 months from now, 6 or 8 months, could we get maybe an overview of what the vision is so we know what the budgeting target might be, but have a concept, not only what the funding streams are by December 31st of 2020, but if we identify what the strategic plan is sooner than that, we might have a better understanding.
I do believe the strategic plan would be available much sooner than that. It's a piece that needs to happen before we start putting all the pieces together.
Is that something we should maybe agendize so it gives you guys a target to go for, and we have
We're already in process with that. That was one of the things that, as part of our budget process, that was identified and agreed upon by the board. We've done several work sessions where we've looked at what we have from what's currently in place, what we should do from a certification perspective with the zoo, and so forth. So we're already working on a number of those items. Okay, so I would see that coming much sooner than the 16 months.
How much sooner?
Well, at this time, let us, as we prepare for on the parks side, when we will be bringing the parks response to the agenda or to the grand jury response on September 10th, and within that, when we have our time frame, so we will be in that. I can't remember the exact date. I can get that back to you, but that 5-year strategic plan is part of that grand jury response. There are hard dates in that. I would say we're going to target what date we have there.
If I recall, we had stipulated within this fiscal year that we would bring the 5-year plan to this board for both the park and the zoo.
Okay. I look forward to it. Thank you.
Okay.
I see no questions. Thank you very much. Okay. Next item is item number 23, the district attorney. Approve a contract with Ready to Work for facility monitor services, re-entry educator services, work crew leader services, and associated costs for an amount not to exceed $663,448 for the term of August 28, 2019 through June 30th, 2020. Supervisor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a couple of questions regarding the timeline for the Ready to Work program. The staff letter indicates that funding from the Community-Based Transitional Housing Grant is going to allow the Ready to Work project to launch and act as a pilot. So just wanted an update on when do we think the launch will occur?
Hi, Supervisor Elliott. John Mendelson, Executive Director of Ready to Work. Happy to answer some of these questions along with District Attorney Tori Verber Salazar. So this funding was secured from the state before Ready to Work opened its doors. So half of that money has already begun to be implemented, which allowed Ready to Work to open its doors July 18th in 2018. So we've been open for about 13 months, actively sheltering clients and providing wraparound services, including links to employment and links to permanent housing. So we've already begun operations. This particular funding is going to augment operations and allow us to layer and leverage and match existing funding sources to ensure that the program is sustainable over the medium term. So this is part of funding that was already approved by the state, and it's just now been able to be forwarded to the Ready to Work agency to actually fulfill the mission of the agency.
Okay, so I thought we had heard a presentation about Ready to Work some time ago. So the launching then, I guess, is just a general term there for that kind of funding, and the launching has already occurred. Now, are we still looking at 40 people?
45 is the capacity, and we have been operating at capacity for several months.
Great, okay. And what's your assessment of how well it's working?
So the overall assessment of the program is that it's working fairly well, especially for a program that's only been in operation for 13 months. We just completed an analysis of our first year in operations, July 18th to July 18th. Provided shelter to 127 unique individuals. Average length of stay was more than a month in the program. Of course, the longer people stayed in the program, the better success rates we had. We found that about, let's see, I actually have some of the notes here. About 33% of the clients who entered our program and received shelter exited to permanent housing destinations, shared housing destinations, reunited with friends and family. Another 39% of those clients who were enrolled were still enrolled in the program at the end of that first year. And so then we had about 29% of the enrolled clients who returned to a less than desirable living situation, whether it was back to the streets, into another shelter, or we simply don't have the data to determine where they are. This compares very favorably to other transitional housing and emergency shelter programs in San Joaquin County, and really that's because we've chosen to take a service-intense approach to providing shelter and services to the homeless population, including those who are re-entering society from incarceration and entering into homelessness, which is why the district attorney has been involved in this effort, because we're also affecting criminal recidivism along with homelessness. And so we think that the philosophy of the program and the investment of resources by our founding donors, by members of the community, and by the state of California have really contributed to what we see as a initial successful effort.
So the 29% that were not successful. 28% that were not successful. I heard that in some cases you just couldn't locate them after they left the program.
And that's fairly typical of shelters and transitional housing programs, actually.
And the ones you could locate, were there any reasons that they gave for why they just dropped out or were unable to succeed?
You know, they all have a somewhat unique reason. Some of the ones we happen to see that were repeated were people were not happy with the location. It is out in French Camp. We've been very lucky to partner with the county to use old Honor Farm Barracks as our housing campus. Some individuals do not desire to be in that location. It's a challenge with transportation and just the overall feel of being in a facility that was originally designed for incarceration. Other people are just too involved in whatever lifestyle or group of friends or family that they want to be involved in, and they'd rather be around those people and making those decisions than being in our shelter and our program, which is, you know, just the same types of decisions everybody's faced with. You know, what are you going to do with your future? Who are you going to associate with it? You know, we all have to make every day.
Right. And of course, we want to help the greatest number that we can. So can we use the experience of that first year to better select the ones that are going to be put into this program? I mean, we invest the money in it, and we want them to succeed. But I think part of the chore is to try to identify the people who want to be helped and who want to succeed.
I believe that it's absolutely natural to want your investment of money and resources to go to people who are going to take advantage of those resources, but we also have a duty as a program from some of our funding sources to serve those with the most obstacles to self-sufficiency and the most who are the most vulnerable and the most in need. So we have to balance those concerns, but I think your comment's completely valid.
Thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, John. Mr. Madison, thanks for coming in, and Ms. Verber. Is it possible that maybe we could get a quarterly report on things that are happening with the program, in particular, something like programs and training outline, job performances, results of efforts? We can kind of keep an update of what is going on in the county, so we.
If the Board of Supervisors requests additional reporting, we will be happy to provide those reports in additional to the reports that we make to all of our funding sources. There's this particular funding stream that you're approving from the state has a annual performance report. Of course, be happy to share that with you or any other statistics or information that you'd care to receive. So all I need is the direction.
Okay, to my office in particular, if anybody else would like to have that same thing, that's fine. I don't know if we need a board action for it, but if I could be informed, I'd love to know what's going on and the standards and measures of what's being accomplished there.
When we have updates on our performance metrics and goals, we can keep you in the loop.
Excellent, thank you.
I see no other questions. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And again, I just want to add that this is all state funding, that this is not anything that will impact the county's bottom line in any way.
Thank you. Next up is item number 24, the Sheriff's Office. Approve a 5-year agreement with Axon Enterprise Incorporated for a cloud-based body-worn camera and taser evidence storage system for $4.35 million. Supervisor Patty.
Good morning, Sheriff.
Good morning, sir.
I was wondering, I was reading through this, and in today's day and age and technology, you could just inform us and bring us up to date what the differences are. We currently have body cameras administered to all of our officers, or can you just kind of update what we are doing now and what this new technology would allow?
Absolutely. I'll kind of give an overview, and then I'll let the experts speak on it. But a majority of our officers have cameras right now, not all of them. So we're still trying to get those deployed. We're kind of the last one in the county to get those deployed of officers. So a majority has them. And our tasers that we've had for a long time. We've had them so long that they are no longer supported by the company that makes them. So they're out of date. So as they break, we run out of them. So we're going with the same company that supported our taser system. They have a new one, an advanced one, and it's the same company with our cameras. But the big part of this is the evidence.com. And the reason that we put this forward to the CAO, and I believe that they supported it, was the cost saving side of this in the long run. This whole system is going to, in the future, save us tons of money and make it much more efficient with the new laws on the books, 1421, where we have to provide that body-worn camera, just like our incident this morning. We're already starting to collect that camera footage from that, and we have to provide that to the public within a set number of days. And with our current system, we recently had to redact some stuff out of one of our body camera footage to supply it for the court. The court was very patient with us, but eventually the judge couldn't wait any longer because it was taking so long with the system that we have, because it's stored on the hard servers that we have now instead of the cloud, which is very expensive, and that it's very expensive to store that data in that manner. And maybe our IT department or Jerry could speak more on that, because they help me with my computer all the time. But this is a much more efficient way of storing it and saves us money in the long run. So maybe I'll let Matt speak a little bit more on that.
Good morning, Supervisor Patty, through the chair. Matt Lindsay, Assistant Sheriff Operations. So essentially, Supervisor, what this package is, it's a bundled package through Axon. So right now, with the current body-worn camera system that we have, we are only able to use about 5% of its capability. So and the big problem that we have is that we're using on-site data storage. So we're storing the video footage on the county servers, which is more expensive than it is to go into contract with Axon to store that data in their cloud. And their program is called evidence.com. And evidence.com is a really neat feature that they have to store the data, because it's going to allow us to do a bunch of things. So the sheriff spoke to the fact that video redaction is problematic, very problematic, because we get tons of CPRA requests, we get tons of requests from the courts, and we have to go through and we have to redact frame by frame people that shouldn't be in that video to protect their privacy, their face, their license plate numbers, etc. So as the sheriff explained, just a recent video, a 2-minute piece of video, took us 11 hours to try to get redacted with the current redaction software. So what evidence.com does, it utilizes artificial intelligence. So through artificial intelligence, we can go through and almost instantly redact things in seconds, where in the current situation, we would have to hire like 13 evidence technicians and a whole redaction team to be able to do that. So some of the other things that are neat about evidence.com is that right now in our cases, we have to burn the video footage to DVDs. And we have to send those to the DA's office. We have to book those things into evidence. But this allows us to send a web-based link to the DA and the deputy district attorneys, or even the public defender if need be, to give them the video footage. Also, what evidence.com allows us to do, in addition to store video footage, it allows the community to send us videos directly to evidence.com, and we can store that and collect that as evidence with a clean chain of custody. So the thing about this that's really important to note is that we at the Sheriff's Office, we're very forward-looking. We're looking to the future. How can we maximize artificial intelligence, robotics, and automation? And this is the foundation to that. So what this system does is we're able to work out of one information silo that integrates the charged energy weapon, which is known as the taser, the body-worn camera, the in-car camera, and our interview rooms. So all that video footage is stored into that one place with evidence.com. So as soon as the deputy pulls their taser out and turns that on, it automatically activates that body-worn camera. As soon as they pull their firearm out of their holster, it automatically activates that body-worn camera. So that's why this is so important, because those situations are tense, uncertain, rapidly evolving, and dynamic. And oftentimes you don't have, in those tense situations where you get that massive cortisol running through your system, you just don't have that fine motor skill to touch that body camera to activate it. So those are some of the highlights about why this is very important to us, very important to the Sheriff's Office, very important to the community. And ultimately, we believe that we can leverage this to upgrade our CAD system, our records management system. So we are working out of this one large silo for information, and then hopefully we can gather data right when somebody calls, and it's all feeding this through artificial intelligence.
Excellent. Very informative. It's obviously utilizing technology and enhancing job capacities and efficiencies.
You can see why I let Matt talk.
Yeah. All right. I think that's all I have. I do have a quick question. You had mentioned that when your weapon might be drawn or a taser, that's when the body camera is activated, but obviously there could be very critical moments of escalation prior to that happening. Is that not being recorded?
Well, you're going to have the element for human error. There's no doubt about it. You go into what we would call a routine call, and I guess no call is ever routine, where there is the possibility that body camera cannot be activated unless the deputy could actually get to it. But one thing that it can do, like I mentioned, if they do have to utilize a different level of force, it will automatically activate once they go to use their taser and the firearm. And that's typically based on their training. With any situation that is extremely dangerous or it's escalating to the potential for violence, if they have to utilize those potential options, that's a capability we don't have.
And usually with these systems, you can set the time frame as how far back the camera will go before it's activated. So most of the time they're set to about 30 seconds or a minute, so it'll catch that 30 seconds or a minute prior to it being activated. So it does catch a little bit before, kind of like they're telling us on the news now about, those things at home that catch everything we're saying, or our smart TVs. These are kind of the same way. We can set a program in that to capture a certain amount of time before it was actually activated.
Hey, Supervisor Patty, I would note two things, too, that I forgot. The first is this will also allow us to store our drone video footage, which is evidentiary in nature. And then, I forgot the second.
I bet it was good.
It was a good one.
Yeah. Obviously, you again utilizing great technologies and enhancing safety and documentation. That's very important in today's day and age. Sheriff and deputies, you guys continue to do an outstanding job in and around San Joaquin County, and we value and appreciate your services. And this, I'm sure the board's going to support, because it's what you need, and we're here to support that. Thanks.
Okay, I see no questions. Thank you very much. Supervisor Wynn, I'm sorry.
Just a quick question. What is the policy on activating the camera for the Sheriff's Department?
Well, Supervisor Wynn, it's a lengthy policy, and so I can't give you all the specifics off the top of my head. But typically, what it is if we're going to so basically any car stop, any subject stop, anything that's a serious call where the suspect's still on scene, those types of things, it's mandatory that your body camera be activated. But we do have concerns in the policy that, we have certain people that are victims of certain confidential crimes that we do not want that body camera activated. So just to give you the real general rundown of when we do it, and I would be more than happy to provide the actual policy for your review if you'd like to take a look at it.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that. I guess basically what you're saying is any maybe enforcement contact certainly would be turn the camera on, but as you know, it could be just a casual contact with a pedestrian or whatever that turns into something. So I was just curious as to what the deputies know is because one of the problems with law enforcement is that if you don't prepare them when that incident occurs, they have to have that ability to just react as opposed to thinking about it. So just simply turning on the camera. So hopefully over time, as they wear them, become more familiar, and as the policy dictates, they'll be doing the job the way you expect them to do, and obviously the public does also. So thank you.
Okay, I see other questions. Thank you very much for that presentation. Going backwards to item number 13, Register of Voters Office. Approve and authorize the Director of the Information System Division or his designee on behalf of the Register of Voters Office to execute an agreement with Newark LLC in the amount of $675,000 for electronic books for the period of September 3rd, 2019 through September 3rd, 2024. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you again, Chairman. Mr. Ruff, I know we had met before in this past week. As we're integrating new technologies and new system for our voting mechanisms, maybe just want to take a moment to share what safeguards are in the new system versus any other concerns that are out there regarding our utilization of new technologies.
Thank you. Through the chair, Supervisor Patty. This particular contract is for the electronic poll books, and the systems there are different than the voting system itself. So, is your question related to the electronic poll books, or?
I think maybe in part we can share what the direction is that we're going with the new technologies, whether it be for the polling and or through the electronic polling mechanisms, what we could be looking forward to from your office.
Okay, great. Thank you. The Secretary of State has new standards, California Voting System Standards, CVSS, and it's taking the voting systems and other electronic voting election technology to a new level. So, for instance, our legacy system was purchased in 2003. Many of the standards today didn't even exist. So our equipment, whether it's electronic poll books or voting systems, now have encryption, far greater technology than in the past. So encryption at rest and in transit. Now, probably CIO Cruz can explain what that actually means better than I, but it is at the highest level. In fact, the iPad component that we'll be using for the electronic poll books uses Federal Information Processing Standards 140.2 that are recommended by NIST. That's the cryptography used to protect the data storage. The data transmission for the poll pads uses 256-bit encrypted connections. The data servers, again, 256-bit AES encryption. I'm probably talking now way over my own understanding of technology, but suffice to say that these far exceed the existing legacy system that we're using. And so the idea, voter confidence affects voter turnout. So having these in place are really a way that we can bring the public to understand how much we care about the security of the system and that we're moving forward to make sure that our votes are protected. And if somebody doesn't believe they're protected, why would they want to vote? Because but what we're doing here is making sure that systems are in place so the public can have confidence and we don't have those people with sort of that apathetic state of mind.
Great. And it's a closed loop system, correct? So there's
Great point, Supervisor Patty. These systems are not connected to the internet, so you're not going to have bad actors or nation states have the ability to penetrate into the system. It's simply not connected. It's its own closed system. So I think it's important for people to understand that even though we're talking about data in transit, it's not traveling over the internet.
Yeah, it's essentially, Supervisor Patty, it's a black box, self-contained.
And it'd be safe to say then we have no Russia collusion or interferences with our elections, correct?
I would say that we don't have any kind of situation like that when it comes to the county and our voting systems or our voter registration. But I always like to remind the public to get their information from trusted sources. Go to our website, go to the Secretary of State's website, go to the websites of candidates and campaigns that they trust. So I always emphasize that about getting information from trusted sources.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Can you just talk real briefly, because I think it's important for the public to hear this. One of the things that I was really impressed with is that there will be paper ballots that this system will be generating. And so this isn't a situation where you cast your ballots electronically and then it just goes off into cyberspace. You're actually going to cast your ballot, and then it's going to give you a printed ballot, which will then be submitted. So I know from my standpoint, there was a lot of peace of mind to that, and I think it would be good for the public to hear just a little bit of those details.
Yes, absolutely, Supervisor Miller. Thank you. One of the differences between our legacy system and this one is that the voter choices, the votes are not recorded and kept on the available at the polls or here in our office. The voting machine now is considered a ballot marking device, so that when the voter makes the selection on screen, maybe using an audio ballot, the ballot marking device literally marks a ballot and prints it out, and that piece of paper looks like every other voter's ballot. And it's actually pretty, even though that technology is complex, the act of voting, putting a piece of paper into a ballot box is pretty basic and goes back to hundreds of years. And it's a secure method where the voter intent, you can always go back and look at that actual ballot.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. Moving on to item number 27, Public Works. Approval of agreement between the City of Stockton, California Water Service Company, Lincoln Village, and Colonial Heights Maintenance District regarding base monthly payments to Stockton East Water District for supply of treated water and reconciliation between the urban contractors, 2nd and 3rd districts. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I just wanted a real brief presentation on this because this is sort of the culmination of a lot of discussions, shall we say, negotiations over an extended period of time, and I just wanted to highlight it a bit.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chairman Villapudua, Supervisors. Chris Valaji, Director of Public Works. The item in front of you today is to approve an agreement between the City of Stockton, California Water Service Company, Cal Water, and our two districts, Lincoln Village and Colonial Heights, with the Stockton East Water Districts. So it goes back to 2012 when the urban contractors, which is our two districts, Cal Water and the City of Stockton, collectively called, entered into an agreement with the Stockton East Water District to receive their surface water rather than using our groundwater in there. That agreement went through a few modifications, and that agreement specified how we would be charged. Each of these urban contractors would be charged, and it specified the ratio in which that we would be billed, so on and so forth. So between that time we entered into the agreement and now, several changes have taken place with respect to the City of Stockton. Their Delta water supply came into place, and their usage of the Stockton East water changed dramatically, resulting in some heartache for the Stockton East Water District. So, they went through a lot of negotiations, and eventually they filed a lawsuit. There was a litigation against the urban contractors. So there, our two districts, even though we were very small purveyors of that water, since we were part of the urban contractor group, we ended up also being named as a party to that litigation. So since that litigation, our Deputy Director, Fritz Buckman, worked with the City of Stockton and Cal Water, in series of negotiations with the Stockton East Water District, and carved ourselves out and, came to a resolution on a much, much, much better way of accounting for our water usage and payment for our constituents and our special districts. So that's the result of those negotiations is what this agreement that culminated in, that's in front of you for approval. And, I'll be last again, right? I didn't mention our partner in the County Council's office, Larry Myers, who's always there behind us whenever these types of things happen. Going through the agreement with the fine-tooth comb, helping us to negotiate better terms for our districts and our constituents with the Stockton East. So at the end, now we're looking at a contract that would result in a savings of up to $240,000 a year. What is it like? It's almost 40% of our budget, basically, on an average year. And the key also that I have to give a lot of credit to our Deputy Director, Fritz Buckman, is the key thing is it is going to assure reliability of those rates during the drought years. So how much, Fritz, how much was the fluctuation we saw during drought years?
During the last drought, during the driest years, our costs were 2 to 3 times for water what they were in a typical year.
So we now contain that unexpected peaks that we had seen in the past because of the way the contract was structured. And so now it's going to be stable. And now, we have the ability to build a little bit more on the capital reserve side, hopefully with the savings that we could realize during those off years. So it's really a good news for our water district constituents and our ratepayers. Anything more you would like to add?
No, I think you covered it well.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Any other questions? I see none. Moving on to item number 31, Public Works. Approve a local project sponsor agreement between the County of San Joaquin and the City of Brentwood regarding Department of Water Resources grant agreement, number PA 460001-2648, funding development on this Tracy Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan. Supervisor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is just a relatively simple question on this, I think. But looking at the contract, it appears that since the redrawing of the boundary lines, that Brentwood is no longer in the Tracy Subbasin, but it's still administering the contract. So my question was, do they still have any control over the resulting groundwater sustainability agreement?
No, Supervisor, that's a very good question. On the surface, it does look a little bit confusing. Why would Brentwood be the lead? So they were the lead applicant when we applied for the grant to the DWR, and they are named as the recipient by the DWR for this grant. That's the only role that they play. And since now we have the subdivision of the Tracy Subbasin, all we're doing is entering into an agreement with them to receive that grant. And with that, they are only a pass-through agency, so to speak, right? They will not have any authority to enforce anything upon us or dictate us on how we draw our plan and how we administer our plan in the Tracy Subbasin.
All right, thank you.
Okay, any questions? I see none. Moving on to item number 32, Public Works. Approve a city-county cooperative agreement with the City of Escalon for the City of Escalon chip seal projects. Supervisor Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to recognize the collaboration that our County Public Works has with the cities, because being from a small city, it is beneficial to have those alliances when you have the ability to make those contracts, because that helps both the city and certainly Public Works. So I just want to recognize that, because I know the city of Escalon appreciates Public Works' willingness to pave their roads, and obviously they pay for the cost, but I think it's helpful for them and for us. There's nothing like, there's a street in my city, and I know exactly the cutoff between the county and the city. So it's nice to have a continuous flow as opposed to a departure, so to speak, from one level to another level. So anyway, I just hope we can continue to generate these partnerships to help out other cities and obviously help ourselves out.
Absolutely, Supervisor Wynn. These are those rare days when I go home, feeling good about the government that we work in, because as you could see in the map, right, the jurisdictional boundaries sometimes oddly falls in the middle of a street, and it makes no sense to go do an improvement and then just leave it mid-block in there. And plus also, as you know, that our sister city, Escalon, doesn't have that type of an expertise or the ability to go and do these contracts and things like that. And when we collaborate with them, everybody wins, as you mentioned. Like, there is a volume pricing because we get this additional, area that we're going to be doing with our maintenance forces, and it becomes a win-win for us. And I also saw, well, he's no longer there, Steve Salvatore in the audience. We did the same thing with the city of Lathrop on the Harlan Road. So this makes it much more, pleasurable having this collaborative relationship with our sister agencies in the county, and also it makes for like common sense and good government in the public eyes, because we don't just go and arbitrarily stop at a point because that's our line of demarcation. So we work with our agencies and partner with them to make it a complete product, so everybody wins doing so. I appreciate you picking up on that and giving the recognition to our Troy Bartz, our maintenance superintendent, and our deputy director, Jim Stone, who worked with Tammy at the Alcantar at the city of Escalon to make this agreement, go through for them.
Great, thank you.
See no other questions. Thank you very much, Logic. That concludes the consent calendar. Can I have a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve consent items 1 through 32.
Second.
We have a first and a second. We have a vote, please. The consent calendar is approved 5-0. Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 1, community development. A public hearing regarding the appeal by the San Joaquin County Farm Bureau Federation of the Planning Commission's approval of the 2018 Forward Landfill Expansion Project, number PA 18-00090, and the certification of the Supplemental Environmental Impact Report, number PA-001105 in the 1st District. Ms. Merrill, thank you very much. Mr. Funderburk, good morning.
Good morning. Through the chair, before staff's report, there was a request that was received yesterday from the applicant requesting a 30-day continuance. So it would be appropriate for the board to consider the request for a continuance before launching into the staff report.
Okay, no problem. I believe we have Mr. Mike Hakem would like to speak.
Mike Hakem. I'm appearing this morning on behalf of Forward. As you know, I sent a letter to the board yesterday afternoon asking for a 30-day continuance. That was in response to a FAA letter that had come in. It was negative on the project, and I felt that we needed reasonable time to meet with Mr. Armstrong, who drafted the letter, and get an opportunity to better understand his position on the issues relative to our project description, the environmental impact report, the staff report, and some other particulars that I don't think were brought to his attention as background when he wrote the letter. We've attempted to reach out to him, and we've not been successful as of this date. Certainly from Friday to Tuesday morning is not enough time to work that separation back into a meeting, but we do intend to reach out and meet with him, and we do need probably 30 days to do that. That's a reasonable request. I would say probably 2 weeks, but knowing how the difficulty is with federal employees, he may need authority and approval to meet with us. There may need to be a preparation of an agenda and some other parliamentary type things. So I do think 30 days is a minimum time. This is my first request for a continuance. I've not requested a continuance in this matter before. There were 2 continuances previously, one at the Planning Commission and one at the board, both requested by staff. I do want to comment, I saw the opposition letter come in opposition to the request for the continuance, indicating that they wanted a continuance at the Planning Commission and they were denied. There's background to that I think is important. When Mr. Funderburg originally scheduled the very first Planning Commission hearing, he called all interested parties and said, is that date clear for you and your clients? We wanted to make sure that everybody had that date open and clear, both for the attorneys and the clients. And Mr. Funderburg spoke with Mr. Terpstra. He confirmed that that date was open for he and his clients. So that was our argument at the Planning Commission. They've known about this for over a month now, and the fact that they had their annual dinner, which is scheduled many months in advance, they had to know that that was the same night. And I think Mr. Terpstra, being a good lawyer, would have certainly called his client and told his client of the date. The second point in the letter that was raised is that we should have spent more time getting approval from FAA. In fact, we petitioned the FAA for 7460. We refer to it as a 7460 application. We petitioned the FAA for approval under the 7460 process, which is what is required, and we got back approval from FAA in October of 17. So, much to our shock on Friday, after getting approval in October of 17 from the FAA, to find Mr. Armstrong writing a late Friday afternoon letter saying we disagree with the project. So with all those comments, we look forward to the board's deliberation. As this board knows, I don't ask for continuances unless I think they're reasonable and required, and I respectfully request your support this morning. Thank you.
Mr. Bacon. I see none. Okay. Please come forward.
Good morning, Chair and Board of Supervisors. My name is Katie Lucchese. I represent the Farm Bureau from Tom Terpstra's office. We did submit an opposition to this continuance. This project keeps coming about, keeps continuing. I would disagree with our previous denial on our request for continuance. This was an annual meeting that a lot of our members were attending, could not attend that planning commission. That's why we submitted the request. And it was denied, so we continued. However, the FAA letter that was presented shows that they have been repeatedly stating their opposition to the project. They included an attachment from 2013 and 2012 to that same letter. So these same opposition points were raised. And for the project applicant to say that this is new information or to come about now is not accurate. So we would request that we continue with the hearing today. We have many members here in the audience who would like to share their experiences and speak to the appeal, and kicking it out another 30 days or so would be very difficult for them, as they are farmers. This is their busy season. This is a hard time for them to get back in here to share their experiences. So Bruce Blodgett, the executive director, is also here.
Yeah, just to that last point, as you look at this thing moving forward, the harvest season only gets busier, only gets worse. We have people that did take time to come in today to speak on this issue. This is not a new issue from the FAA. This is not a new letter. If you look at 12, 13, and this one, they're all the same. To say we're surprised by this letter, or that anybody's surprised by this letter, that it's going to jeopardize your funding for this airport, is a joke. These are the same concerns that continue to get expressed, and the reason this appeal should move forward today, and this project denied, plain and simple.
Okay, anyone else like to comment on this item?
Yeah, I don't want to come back again. But my family and I have farmed on the Jackson Road there for over 100 years. And I don't know whether it'll be there another 100 years, but I know that mountain will be there. And I wouldn't continue to add to San Joaquin's legacy to the board or whoever by continuing this landfill. It'd be different if there weren't other alternatives to it. We have a landfill up on Waverly Road that's we can take over 100 years to dump. And I just think that Paul Sanguinetti's comment one time about putting your toilet in your front room is very applicable to this situation. The whole growth of the county, everything is growing around this thing, and I think it needs to be stopped as soon as possible. So with that, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else like to comment?
Yeah, my name is Mike LaForge. I got a farm near the vicinity of the dump, and I've got other properties as well. I spend my time between Colorado and here, and it's costly. You know, all these continuances back and forth. The issues are pretty clear, and we're prepared to present. I sure would like to be given the opportunity to present our case, and not continue to go back and forth. And you know, we have the facts, they have the facts. So I'd appreciate it if you'd like to hear the Farm Bureau's appeal today.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Okay. Okay.
Hi, everybody. My name is Joe Ferrari, and I'm a farmer in Linden, and I grow walnuts and cherries. I'm also the land use chair of the San Joaquin Farm Bureau Federation, and I'm also on several policy committees at the California Farm Bureau Federation. I've also written about 90% of their food safety policy at the state level, and also for American Farm Bureau some crucial code sections that are in their policy regarding food safety. Basically, what I think it was on July, I think it was 9th, I was driving down Arch Road and saw a truck with lots of trash going all over the road, and this went on for miles, all in an ag zone. I'm very well aware that since 2011, there's a new law called the Food Safety Modernization Act, where this year is the first year, this harvest, so a month from now, they're going to be enforcing it in full effect. There's going to be people running around everywhere looking at farms. So the attitude is a lot different now in terms of that, and there's also Class E felonies that are possible for any, quote, noncompliance. Basically, I have 3 binders here. I think there's 3 over there, or 4, sorry, over there, so there's 7 total. This is just for the federal regulation, my compliance of it, my operation. I have other food safety plans that are all tied into this that are not federal. If one little item in this is wrong, and I can go to jail for a very long time, and my farm's name will be tarnished, all for a stinking piece of trash that can dump off of a truck. Now I know for years we've had issues with someone throwing a trash on the side of the road, but it's not to the level that this is going to be when there's more trucks coming up and down that road, and various parts of the county, basically right next to that dump site. It's going to be awful for those farms there.
Sir, right now we're just trying to see if we're going to continue. We're not hearing the item right now.
What's that?
You're going into the discussion item. We're trying to figure out if we're going to continue it or not.
Right, but this is very relevant to that, because if we have more volume there's going to be more trash going into the farms, which is going to cause a food safety hazard. So my question is then to you is, as the county, are you willing to indemnify the growers when this happens to them, when there's trash that contaminates and causes a violation of Section 303 of the FD&C Act and also of the Food Safety Modernization Act, Part 20?
Right now we're talking about if we're going to continue it or not.
Right. But my point is, I want to let you know why this is so important.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, getting back to the board. What's the board's pleasure? Do you want to continue this or not?
Well, I would have a question. Mr. Hakem, the question is very simple. Are you prepared to go forward today? I see you have a large group with you. I assume everybody that needs to be here is here today. Is that correct?
We did come prepared, Supervisor Wynn.
Okay.
But we would respectfully request a short continuance, given the late hit letter that came in on Friday, which was unexpected. Gives us no time to prepare for that issue. And that may be the elephant in the room, as you and I both know.
Well, I understand that, but I also have served on the Airport Land Use Commission. And this issue, obviously, for landfill has come up when I was on the city council. The issue with the FAA, and Supervisor Miller and I have met with the FAA and Department of Transportation, Federal Department of Transportation. This is a new issue in regards to the FAA's concern in regards to the potential for bird strikes, et cetera. So I guess my question is, going back to 2012, I know you're very diligent in regards to your research. So it would seem to me somewhere along the way you would have picked up on the fact that this may become a problem with the FAA.
The 2012 and 2013 Supervisor Wynn were different projects. They involved an expansion outside of our footprint. They involved significant expansion of additional acreage and additional truck trips. Suffice, oversimplified, is the current project, to put it in context, is infill inside our project boundaries with no additional truck traffics. But let me respond to the one point about the FAA. We did get their written approval in October of 17. We've relied on that up until Friday at 4 o'clock. So to say that the FAA late hit letter email on Friday is not controlling, I think is not realistic. It's very controlling, and it puts a burden on this board to try to predict what the mindset of the FAA is. We'd like to go find out and report back to you. Certainly the Farm Bureau will be able to find the same answers and the same result that we will, and we can both report back to you what is FHA's current position on the project. I think the county needs to know that, and to protect the airport, we need to know that. So to be perfectly blunt, it would be irresponsible to proceed this morning in the absence of knowing the FAA's final, accurate, current position on our project. We're entitled to that, and we respectfully request a continuance. Thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Yeah, from my standpoint, this late letter from the FAA calls into question all of the other agencies that have stated support for this new iteration of the project. COG's spoken out and said they have no opposition because of changes in the project. I mean, there's been a lot of change because of the project changing, and yet the letter from the FAA, in my mind, it called into question funding for our airport. I would like the answers to that before I make any kind of a decision on whether or not this project would still receive the support of the Airport Land Use Commission and COG and everyone else that has stated they don't have opposition to this changed project. This letter could change those positions, and I have to say that from my standpoint, I want answers to that in terms, we have a lot of plans for our airport, and a lot of those plans are going to hinge on federal funding. I want to make sure that that is not in jeopardy before we make any kind of a decision. So from my standpoint, I appreciate that people have come in here today. I know it's difficult to take time out of your schedule, but from my standpoint, I don't feel prepared to make a decision without that clarification from the FAA, because in reading the letter, it appears to be based on, in my mind, on the old project. It's very, very different now. So I just want it cleared up. Maybe it isn't, and maybe they do have opposition, and maybe that is going to impact our funding going forward. If that's the case, I think as a board we need to know that before we rule on this appeal. So I would support the continuance.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm sitting on the Airport Commission, and with the discussion of potential loss of eligibility for grants, I think that's concerning. I think that these issues should be flushed out and comes back to this board with a new set of evaluations based on the letter that was generated on Friday. And I do also take into consideration the very valuable time that it takes for farmers, some of the hardest working people in San Joaquin County, to come here and to voice your opinion and the support of how you feel about this issue. But we should have a full set of facts. And I know that there's issues from the 2012 and 13 letters that may or may not be pertinent and or satisfied in the eyes of the FAA back then when they were raised. But there seems to be some new concerns and a new level of reasoning for us to pause for a moment, take a 30-day look at it, and review this very important factor. So that's my opinion on this.
Any other comments?
Just a brief
Supervisor
comment.
Wynn?
Just, I realize, Mr. Hakem, that it's two different projects, the size obviously, but the two parts that you're proposing, one is in the south part of the landfill itself, which again encroaches on the airport runways itself. So I understand, what your concern is. So.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, I agree with Supervisor Miller and Supervisor Patty. We need more facts before we make decisions. I'm in favor of banning the 30-day continuance. Would anyone like to make a motion?
I would move to continue this for 30 days.
I'll second it.
We have a first and a second. Can we have a vote, please? The motion carries 4-1 to continue the item. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving on to a discussion item number 1, report on a staff action taken since adoption of the interim agency ordinances 4497, 4528, and proposed regulations on the cultivation of industrial hemp in the unincorporated areas of San Joaquin County. We have the Ag Department. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Man, we're good.
Are you putting up?
No.
Okay. Oh, just wait a minute, Rochelle. Oh, okay, thank you. Well, I think first they were just putting up the.
Okay.
Okay, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Ready for
How are you doing?
Good, how are you? Good morning, Chair, Chairman, Supervisors. Aaron Sakata, Deputy County Counsel, along with our Agricultural Commissioner, Tim Pelican. Staff is before your board today recommending that you accept the report on the action taken by staff during the pendency of the interim urgency ordinances, furtherance of researching and developing reasonable regulations on the cultivation of industrial hemp in the unincorporated areas of the county. My role today will be to provide your board and the public with a brief recap of the legal landscape that existed at the time that your board adopted the interim urgency ordinances, as well as the circumstances that ultimately gave rise to your board identifying threats to health, safety, and welfare that necessitated the adoption of the interim urgency ordinances. Mr. Pelican will then inform your board of the actions taken by staff in the interim, as well as present the proposed regulations that adequately alleviate the threats to health, safety, and welfare, as well as balance the interests from stakeholders that he has received thus far. Interim Urgency Ordinance number 4497 was adopted by this board on September 26, 2017. At the time that the ordinance was adopted, the cultivation of industrial hemp for commercial purposes was unlawful at the federal level. Industrial hemp was still identified as a Schedule I drug under the Controlled Substance Act, and with respect to state law, commercial cultivation was similarly unlawful due to the fact that the CDFA had not yet developed its requisite regulatory package that addressed hemp seed law regulations or enforcement. Therefore, at the time that your board adopted ordinance number 4497, the only permissible manner of hemp cultivation was for research purposes. Under federal law, such research had to be conducted in accordance with the 2014 Farm Bill, which still required the issuance of a permit from the Drug Enforcement Administration. As to state law, Division 24 of the Food and Agricultural Code exempted established agricultural research institutions from many of the regulatory requirements mandated by state law. Therefore, cultivation for research purposes was not contingent upon the CDFA's regulatory package at the time. Ultimately, due to the vague definition of an established agricultural research institution under state law, as well as the fact that such institutions were exempt from many of the regulatory requirements and also had the ability to cultivate industrial hemp with a THC content of 0.3 that was greater than 0.3%, which from a legal standpoint is defined as cannabis, staff recommended that your board adopt an interim urgency ordinance prohibiting the cultivation of industrial hemp within the unincorporated area of the county by these established agricultural research institutions. In support of the adoption, your board made the following findings. These are just more of the notable ones. The cultivation of industrial hemp by established agricultural research institutions prior to the development of reasonable regulations poses threats to health, safety, and welfare. Individuals seeking to cultivate industrial hemp for commercial purposes or wishing to cultivate cannabis would exploit the exemptions afforded established agricultural research institutions. Industrial hemp and cannabis are visually indistinguishable. Unregulated cultivation of industrial hemp by these institutions would result in increased criminal activity. At the time, the state had not yet approved seed sources or pesticides for use on industrial hemp. Therefore, seed sources could be infested with exotic weed or plant diseases, and growers may resort to using pesticides that are toxic to people and wildlife. And lastly, that industrial hemp and cannabis are not compatible crops. After the adoption of the initial urgency ordinance on March 26, 2019, your board passed and adopted interim urgency ordinance number 4528. At the time that this ordinance was adopted, significant changes had taken place in the law at both the federal and state level. In December 2018, by way of the 2018 Farm Bill, industrial hemp was removed from the Controlled Substances Act. Industrial hemp cultivation was legalized, but the United States Department of Agriculture was still mandated to develop and implement regulations and guidelines, so a federal regulatory package, if you will, before cultivation would be permitted at the federal level. In addition, the 2018 Farm Bill reserved to the states the authority to enact and enforce more stringent laws regulating cultivation. However, in order for states to have primary regulatory authority over the cultivation of industrial hemp, the USDA had to first approve the state's regulatory plan. As to state law, effective January 1st of this year, Division 24 of the Food and Ag Code was amended by Senate Bill number 1409, which expanded the cultivation of industrial hemp. CDFA was still tasked with developing a regulatory package and had yet to do so at the time. Instead, CDFA had elected to develop and implement its regulatory package in a piecemeal basis. And at the time that the board approved the interim urgency ordinance 4528, it was anticipated that CDFA would identify approved seed sources and complete its implementation of the regulation that governed registration with local agricultural commissioners. However, it remained unknown as to when the additional regulations regarding sampling and testing prior to harvest and enforcement would be implemented by the CDFA. As a result of this uncertainty, as well as the additional land use concerns regarding incompatibility of industrial hemp and cannabis, staff recommended that your board adopt the additional interim urgency ordinance, which prohibited cultivation of industrial hemp for all purposes within the unincorporated county. In support of this particular ordinance, some of the notable findings were allowing the cultivation of industrial hemp for commercial purposes before the CDFA releases a comprehensive set of regulations poses threats to health, safety, and welfare, allowing the cultivation of industrial hemp prior to full adoption of the county's commercial cannabis ordinances could create an avoidable land use conflict. Because Senate Bill 1409 allows for the cultivation of CBDs and removes restrictions on growing patterns and density, immature cannabis plants are indistinguishable from immature industrial hemp plants. Individuals could obtain hemp registrations under the guise of cultivating hemp when in fact they are cultivating cannabis. And lastly, that industrial hemp may create a seasonable odor that could impact neighbors and neighborhoods. Both interim urgency ordinances were ultimately extended by this board and remain in effect at this time. However, they are set to sunset at the end of September 2019. As mentioned earlier, during the pendency of these urgency ordinances, staff was directed by your board to research the impacts of industrial hemp cultivation in San Joaquin County and develop reasonable regulations that might address the findings that were previously made by your board. So with that said, Mr. Pelican is now going to present to your board the actions that staff has taken in the interim, as well as the regulations that he is proposing at this time.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'd just like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to fulfill one of my dreams, which is to regulate industrial hemp. So with that, you'll see some pictures periodically on my slides that are actually from several different growing areas that I visited in Sutter County. So some of my past activities included either going to or listening to hemp advisory board meetings, which basically that board is working with CDFA to help write regulations. They do have their next meeting coming up tomorrow. I believe one of the things they'll be going over is possibly what the new state regulations may look like. I've also been attending conference calls with nationwide regulators. The calls are hosted by the University of Kentucky, who are some of the leaders in the hemp production arena. It also includes other states who are also either have or are developing programs. On those conference calls, it's discussed what some of the issues are in each state and what each state is doing to alleviate those problems. I'm also a member of the California Agricultural Commissioners and Sealers Association Hemp Advisory Committee. We work directly with CDFA as well as some lawmakers to assure issues that concern other commissioners and counties are addressed during the rulemaking process. I've also provided comments on legislation and hemp regulations, both through the CACASA Hemp Advisory Committee, as well as discussing some of those issues directly with CACASA State Legislative Advocate. I've also been in meetings with USDA's Agricultural Marketing Services in both Washington, D.C., as well as a member of their legal team that is helping to write the federal regulations in Sutter County. And basically, we discussed multiple issues that are of concern specifically to California, including the research institutes. And also the importance of California developing their regulatory process to mirror more closely what the USDA will be presenting. Also, I've been involved with quarterly meetings with Ag Secretary Karen Ross, as well as DPR Director, former Director Leahy, and Acting Director Val Dolcini regarding general issues regarding having to do with state regulation on either pesticide use, registration, abatement, and testing, and where CDFA is in their rulemaking process currently. Let's see if I can get this to work. Oop. That's not showing. I had a little video. Currently, this particular picture is of a 160-acre grow in Sutter County. This was taken approximately 2 weeks ago. The original planting was done in about mid-June. So as we came to start putting together our regulatory package or proposed regulatory package, we've had multiple meetings, including one with the Ag Advisory Board, we had a general discussion. In that discussion, growers advised as to what currently has been happening out, especially in the Delta, in regards to illegal cannabis grows, where currently they said they have been, in most cases, going ahead and including them in their silage harvest, which often causes them to become victims of vandalism. But in terms of industrial hemp production, they didn't really have anything either in particular to say either before or against the subject. We also held a public meeting on July 30th, 2019, around 40 people in attendance, including members of law enforcement as well as community development. Zoe Merrill was there. We had an open format. We had prospective producers as well as people that are interested in doing propagative material, basically starting seed and selling started plants to possible producers. And then we also had a website, hemp at sjgov.org, which had a link to a survey that we talked about. I'm way ahead of myself. So I'll give you, again, just a little bit of a regulatory update. State rules under emergency regulation will be sunsetting approximately early December. Their new regulations must be approved by USDA prior to them moving forward. If they aren't approved by USDA, then growers would be required to register or be licensed by USDA and would not be under the state plan. The federal rules are actually expected to be released. From my understanding, they're supposed to be active on October 1st, was the last I heard. And then again, SB 153, which is some cleanup legislation, which is supposed to put last year's legislation more in line with what will be required for federal regulation in place. That is supposed to be voted on soon. Today, members of CACASA, RCRC, and industry are meeting to let each other know what their concerns are so that they can move forward with that legislation. So possible guidelines moving forward, as we looked at putting this together, I wanted to make sure that we weren't doing anything that was going to be overridden by either state or federal regulations. And what my thinking was that we needed to look more at what those regulations might not address, things that have come to me in terms of from growers, whether or not there would be taint in wine grapes, concerns about how close it's being grown to schools, concerns from law enforcement in terms of what their concerns are. So we tried to just address those specific questions. So like I said, these state and federal guidelines are going to be a moving target yet for another year or two. So we wanted to make sure that they're broad enough to answer some of those specific questions. So this is what our proposal is in general. A county license would be required in order to assure that they meet any setback regulations that we may have locally that aren't included in state and local law. State registration is required, and that's state law. All state and federal regulations must be followed. Industrial hemp production will only be allowed in the ag production zones. A lease required if property not owned by grower. Setbacks from sensitive sites, which would include schools, churches, housing developments, and setbacks from houses. So some of the questions that we had in our survey, and here's the outcome, would be, would you agree to mandatory operator identifications, which are basically a portion of our pesticide use enforcement activities? 59 said yes, no, 7. Are setbacks from sensitive sites acceptable? Yes, 50, no, 16. Is allowing production in ag zones acceptable? 58 yes, 8 no. Should there be restrictions to the minimum size of the grow? 20 said yes, 46 said no. Should there be restrictions to the maximum size of the grow? Yes, 33, no, 33. And when we looked at our proposal, I think the economics will really determine what that's going to be. It's a very expensive endeavor. Currently, I'm hearing anywhere from maybe 35 cents, but usually around $1 per seed. And if you're going to have someone grow those plants for you, it could be as high as $3 to $3.50. So it's not a cheap endeavor. Should there be specific posting requirements? Yes, 41, no, 25, but that is also going to be a state requirement. So site requirements would be setbacks from sensitive sites would be 1,000 feet. Setbacks from other production sites not owned by the grower, 200 feet. A grower who owns a site would be exempted from this particular requirement unless, of course, it was right on their property line. All fields must be posted, also a requirement of the state. Sites used for research purposes are not to exceed 1 acre. That was determined after speaking with UC Extension in terms of, and they talked to some of their cohorts at UC Davis, and they said 1 acre was sufficient because anything over that it became price prohibitive. Any person producing industrial hemp in San Joaquin County must obtain an operator ID from the Agricultural Commissioner. And what this does is it allows mapping of all production areas, and those maps will be provided to the Sheriff's Department so they know where all registered sites are, and anything that they find other than that, of course, would be illegal. So currently, just to kind of give you an idea of how our pesticide use enforcement activities work, is the map in front of you currently is our agricultural areas. Each area has a biologist who is assigned to that area, who does all of the permitting and so forth in those areas. They also regularly do surveillance, so they have a pretty good idea what's going on in these particular areas. This map is an example of what our permitting maps look like. You can see that each map has not only outlined exactly where it's at, but also tells you what the commodity is, as well as how many acres. I think we are also in works with talking with planning to see how we can further enhance this particular mapping ability. But I think this is one of the more important portions of this in terms of law enforcement, so that they know where these particular areas are at. So in conclusion, what I would like to say is I would not expect this to be the final tweak to this possible ordinance. I think as we move forward in the next year, USDA has already said that their regulations are basically on an interim ordinance. So they're going to be taking comments through the next growing season to see whether or not they need to make any changes to their regulations, which in turn would affect the state, which could in fact affect what we're trying to do here today. So with that, I would open up to any questions that you might have.
Hello.
Go.
Chair Villaputo and members of the board, good morning and thank you for the opportunity to be heard. My name is Zach Trevon, an attorney here on behalf of a partnership comprised of traditional San Joaquin County agricultural farmers, local business people, and experienced registered hemp cultivators who are extremely appreciative to see progress on this issue today. As you know, traditional ag in San Joaquin County has taken a hit as of late. especially in light of recent trade policy decisions at the federal level, which have severely impacted farmers' ability to distribute ag commodities internationally. San Joaquin County, one of the largest producing agricultural jurisdictions in the state, has some of the richest soil on earth and a climate that is ideal for hemp production. With many other states and counties across California moving forward with local approval of hemp production, we would absolutely be remiss not to participate. If done correctly, we stand to capture a sizable portion of an industry that is anticipated for immense growth from a $4.1 billion valuation in 2018 to a market value of $14.6 billion by 2026. Currently, Kern County is noted as the state's top hemp producer, with lower quality soil and an arid climate that is far less advantageous for this plant. In sum, we are poised with the ability to produce higher quality product in greater volume than almost any other county in the state. However, certain controls must be set in place to both maximize and protect the viability and production capacity of hemp here in San Joaquin County. Speaking from previous experience in operating registered hemp farms in Nevada last season, we would strongly urge the board to direct staff to make the following amendments to the proposed ordinance. First would be a 50% reduction of the property line setbacks from project sites, which are currently recommended at 200 feet to 100 feet. Although property line setbacks may be appropriate as buffer zones from neighboring parcels with respect to safety and smell, they substantially cut into the production capacity of even moderately sized parcels of 100 acres, let alone smaller parcels whose production space would essentially be eliminated with a 200-foot setback. With respect to safety and odor, a 100-foot setback for all practical considerations would carry a similar result, but allow a greater production area for farmers. In this respect, the difference between 100 and 200 feet is arbitrary for all intents and purposes except for the production space. Next, once registration is open following your anticipated approval, would be establishing protections for farms producing female hemp plants for CBD extracts, whose sites are downwind from prospective farms set to cultivate male hemp plants for hemp seed, textiles, and building materials. We would strongly recommend a 3-mile buffer to protect female hemp growers who are downstream under the prevailing winds from these potential pollinators, as pollination of female plants could effectively destroy an entire crop. Finally, we would encourage continuing forward progress and allowance of hemp farm registration as soon as possible, as time is of the essence for preparation, albeit for the next growing season. Farmers would greatly benefit from the reassurance of an established process, allowing ample time for the collection of equipment and materials, preparation of land, as well as the gathering of approved seed cultivars to be planted next year. There is indeed no time to waste. With that, I would encourage you to direct staff to agendize the proposed ordinance for public hearings with the aforementioned recommendations included for approval. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration in this matter.
Thank you. Next is Ronald Hefner.
It's okay.
You're good? Anyone else like to make a comment?
Oh, my name is Steve, and I'm here to really support what the Ag Commissioner has done, and really think that's a good set of rule-making that can be adopted. I do agree on the previous speaker with some of the setbacks. I just went on a 10-day golf trip up to Oregon, and just driving from Bend to Redmond, there was probably 10 different CBD hemp farms. Some of them were an acre, some were 5. There weren't any huge ones in that section, and seemed like nobody had any big deal with it. You guys are making a big deal out of it. That didn't seem to be a big deal. I went to Portland, played golf, went through Salem. There's probably a 150-acre cannabis site for CBD. So, I talked to Alameda County Ag Commissioner. They aren't doing anything. You put in your application with the state, you're approved to grow in Alameda County. So my view is these are some good rules. The discussion about female plants and male seed plants is an issue. I think I brought that up before. But 3 miles, probably a little bit far. And how do you designate what area gets the female plant and what could be a seed plant? Maybe one of the solutions is seed plants can only be grown in greenhouses. You don't need 100 acres of seed plants unless you're growing seed for omega-3, omega-6, and protein powder and flour. And so those are all some of the products that can be made from it. So there needs to be some organization by the ag department to, lay out some structure there on what should be grown in what area. But I think it's a great set of ordinances. I think the setbacks are a little bit long, like you were discussing. But I'd like to see something adopted today so we can get some applications into the department to try to get some plants in this year. So if we could get that done today, hopefully we can get an application in this week and maybe get some seeds planted quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Bruce?
I have a few copies of the presentation, and I'm going to go over a couple of points, but I want to go over first kind of key issues. Bruce Blodgett, San Joaquin Farm Bureau. I guess I should start there here in Stockton. Appreciate the work the Ag Commissioner certainly has done on this issue, and it's like he says, it's his favorite thing to work on. He just is beaming every time he's working on it, so it's he must really be enjoying this. So. A couple things. Our board took a position relative to the production of hemp at our last board meeting. There was no dissenting votes on this. Get a lot of questions of where you're at and why. First of all, before we move forward on anything, we need to maintain the moratorium, plain and simple. And we need to maintain the moratorium until, one, the California final rules have been approved and adopted, and also been approved by the federal government. First and foremost, let's not put our growers in the potential position of liability for growing CBD, because CBD is still the issue. And the interesting thing is when we started talking about industrial hemp, a lot of people pictured industrial hemp as a fiber product. And that's what it was at one point or another. But now we're finding it out not only is it indistinguishable from cannabis, but it's some of the same products, the CBD products. So first of all, California rules in place approved by the federal government. Second of all, really the role between CDFA and the Ag Commissioner's office hasn't been completely defined. They're working through it, but we should have that completely settled before we move forward, or we're not going to really know what the impacts are. Third, there's nothing in this document that identifies the dollars it's going to take for you to enforce this, for you to regulate this, and for you to get control of it when you lose control of it. Right now, this looks like a document that's leading us down the path of losing control. They said there's going to be no impact to the budget. Absolutely false. We've seen it in other jurisdictions. There is an impact to the budget. It's going to be on the Ag Commissioners. It's going to be on a number of other agencies, and it's going to be on the Sheriff's Department. He came in here roughly a month ago and talked about cannabis and hemp production and the role it's going to have on his department, and then we agree with him. It's going to be devastating. In terms of violations, this comes in terms of violations and suggests that if anybody is found willfully violating these new proposed rules, it's a misdemeanor. You go out and you say you're doing one thing and you're going to do the other, we're going to slap you on the wrist and tell you it's just a misdemeanor. It's okay. Please don't do it again. What we've seen repeatedly in this county is an inability to enforce. And when you have a provision that starts out with a misdemeanor and an inability to enforce, we have some real issues with that as well. Now, going through that handout, just a couple of things. This is from someone who worked in the hemp program in Kentucky. These are his words. He now works for the San Luis Obispo County Farm Bureau. They're supporting hemp production. They're a different county. We're a different county. But I want to, before I get there, what's the difference between Kentucky, Iowa, Colorado, California when you start talking about agricultural economy? What is the difference? All of them can grow hemp. Not one of the other states grows walnuts. Not one of the other states grows almonds. Some of them do grow a little bit of wine grapes. We have a unique climate here, unlike any place else. Hemp can be grown anywhere. The marketplace for hemp this isn't the gold mine of a marketplace. is San Joaquin County in California. It can be done anywhere. And to suggest that this is going to be our savior crop is a bit presumptive. The other part of that is talking about the buffers. When you start looking at the buffers and what that really means, pesticides around schools was a rule that we just had to work through in Department of Pesticide Regulation. No spraying, no agriculture within a quarter miles of schools. When you're talking about a 100-foot setback, 200-foot, we better be looking more at a quarter mile in terms of setbacks. So anyway, in the hemp takeaways, if you look at it, I've highlighted a couple of these. Many farmers will not get paid each year. Don't bet the farm on hemp. Only invest what you can afford to lose. People are talking about the basis of this. Second page, just one little line down towards about, but the legality of CBD is unclear. We're going to clear that up here before we get to the end of the presentation. CBD remains a Schedule 5 drug. I think that just cleared that up.
Bruce, you got 2 more minutes, okay?
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. There's a possibility of allowing a hemp extract that contains CBD, but restriction pure CBD prescription only. That's on the next page. On the regulatory federal, that gets to the states applying for the Farm Bill program. We haven't done that yet. We don't have those rules, so they're not approved. Next page, agronomy market prices. Growing hemp for fiber will most likely not be big in California. No kidding. If you look on the next one, essentially medical marijuana that's been bred to have low THC but highest possible cannabinoids like CBD. Next page talks about the agronomy market pages. Significant volatility in the hemp flower market. Atypical ag contracts. Use extreme caution. That's what they're telling the growers. You get to the hemp strains and the seeds and transplants. Do not assume a strain labeled hemp variety X is actually that variety. Just don't have that kind of control over it. There's just not that kind of certainty. The next page talks about THC compliance issues. The highest CBD also tend to have higher THC limits, so they exceed those things. Next page. Market challenges dealing with processors, buyers, common for farmers not to get paid at all or on time. Lastly, states like California, this gets back to the CBD, are following the FDA opinion that CBD is prescription only and cannot be added to food and sold in any form over the counter. So those issues have not been worked out in this document. Those issues need to be worked out before we eliminate the moratorium. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Mr. Budget? I see none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else would like to comment? Please forward. You have 3 minutes, sir.
My name is Michael Dickman. I grew up in Manteca, a lifelong farmer up until about 15 years ago. We go back to 1938. I need to refute some statements that this gentleman just made. I don't know, but I listen to talk radio. I'm hearing ads for CBD being sold. There's a distinction that needs to be made. There is cannabis-derived CBD, and there's industrial hemp-derived CBD. You have to go to one of these dispensaries to get the THC-based CBD. You can go in and pretty much buy it anywhere now, the industrial hemp-derived CBD. As far as the statement about San Luis Obispo allowing the growing of industrial hemp, thus far they've rejected it. So I just wanted to mention that. And I don't see to find the humor about, this is a big thing for you, sir. But I think it's a tragedy that we're not growing industrial hemp by now while all these other states are running down the road and running us over. There's no excuse for that. I talk with farmers daily. I live out in Rip and I drink beer with them. I was talking to a farmer yesterday looking for another crop. And he's holding back. We all know that, we don't have any processing out here to grow industrial hemp for fiber. But that's going to come. And these are things that are going on down the road. This CBD, it is the cash crop that's happening now, but we have to look down the road as well. And vilifying, industrial hemp is something we have to keep waiting on, is only hurting all of us. All these people that have put in a great deal of effort. And I learned today that, there's been victims of overreaction. I hope that doesn't continue, that you remain open-minded, that this is not a joke. If you look back to the history, I'm going to send you all emails to yeshemp.com, where each and every one of you should go and look to the historical aspects of how industrial hemp was shot down in the first place by evil industrialists. And that's the reason that they're using trees instead of hemp to make paper. And this goes back to dioxin. It's all in our chains now. So there's no joke about it. We should be making a comeback. We should be the world leader. We are the world leaders in farmers right now, and we're getting our butts kicked in San Joaquin County through the shackles of government. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. 3 minutes, sir. Thank you.
I wasn't prepared to talk, but I'll give you a little situation. We have a nursery, my wife and I. It's we've been in business for 35 years. We have 200,000 square feet under cover. We've been growing vegetables, peppers, tomatoes, cauliflower, anything. Well, we have a source for a high-grade seed, hemp seed. We cannot propagate in San Joaquin County. So what we have to do, and this is important, we had to send it to Kern County, grow it in Kern County, and send it back to Stanislaus County, 325 miles, and we have like 50 acres in Stanislaus County now, and we're 30 miles from Patterson. So does that make a lot of sense? We get shut down here in San Joaquin County. We have to go out of the county where we have 50 acres. They could be thousands of acres now in San Joaquin County. And that's what's happening in Kern County now. So I just wanted to bring that up. That's not a lot of details, but I think it's an important topic to think about.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Please come forward, state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Jackie Lachlan Shaw. I helped my dad plant the older vine zins and 6,000-year grape, and have great faith that we'll continue to be successful. I'd like to explain a definition for terrorist, and I can't resist not mentioning that I'm for that female hemp seed if she's a mother, decrying the damage that would come from this, the incompatibility. We thank Tim Pelican, the Ag Commissioner, for very informative meetings. We know that in Colorado, other Sierra counties, they now regret voting for any kind of hemp confusion. We need to value our fertile crops for foods. As you get older, you value vegetables and nuts more and more, walnuts, almonds. And so we really need to value our third and fifth generational families with expertise. The word terrorist, I learned, is 7th century assassins, which is from the word hashish, which means impacted marijuana. I don't know how many of you have seen broken families, and we know that it's opioids. It's a gateway drug, and opioids now are 46 a day dying. Wine grapes are actually heart healthy, and even obesity means overdoing something. So I want to thank you for this meeting, and please, agriculture is _1 in the county. Let's support our growers who are busy at the harvest and can't come to this meeting to speak up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Maria Leduca. I won't say former, I am an educator. I taught in Stockton Unified School District, Franklin High School, Edison High School, Stagg High School, and trained teachers at Stanislaus State. That's my background, that's my education, but that is not all my heart. My heart is in San Joaquin County. I am married to Frank LaDuca. Neither one of us were prepared to speak today, but we feel compelled to let you know that it is not only the growers, it is not only the greenhouses, it is the people of San Joaquin County that are asking you to help us sustain our place in California and in the United States. We are the hub of agriculture, and we are being thwarted at every turn. Things are not the same. Growers are suffering. We work hard. I have worked personally since I was 10 years old. My parents worked very hard. This county is important. Please help us. Please help us to sustain that. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Eric Jacobson. Thank you for your time. Here just to talk about the hemp initiative, and I appreciate you, Commissioner, for bringing forth the information that you have. I also want to address a couple of comments of Senate Bill 420 and 215, though they're not relevant today. The impact it had on agricultural farms at that time is relevant to what is concerning. There was no cross-contamination between the pathogens of certain or specific pathogens that, or specialty pathogens that hemp could bring to these other commodities of agriculture. That strictly just has not happened in the 23 years that was originally implemented. Furthermore, San Joaquin County is one of the best counties for their dirt and their soil, which means it's most viable for the hemp. These other states, these other districts, which claim they can grow, will not be able to grow to the viability or the proficiency that we will be able to do here. Furthermore, those kind of compounds or products will be limited and have a less market value. I want to also add to the fact that there's a lot of plastic biofuel companies that are being implemented and built today, some in the state of California, some in Colorado, you're talking South Carolina, North Carolina. It is not strictly about CBD. CBD is a very short-sighted term. Yes, it has its therapeutic effects, which will last in the long term. But for the farmer and the ag department moving forward, this is not going to be about strictly the compounds of CBD. The textiles and the fibers that will come from this, and the plastics and the renewable energy that can be used from this crop is going to be extremely vital and could be implemented immediately. These concerns are more of a fear and could be immediately addressed. Yes, there needs to be communication of what we're going to be doing with the sheriffs and how we're going to be implementing the understanding of enforcement. These are things that have been already addressed in education aspects as well as in other counties, which we could look at or adopt. I implore that we go forward today with potentially voting on this in a forward direction to begin these concepts with the farmers and other business entities that are looking to build upon this commodity that we are looking at today. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Steve, again, I know that I almost used up my time, but I just wanted to rebut the Farm Bureau's comment. I can't believe that they would do that presentation. It was really They really are promoting less regulation. That's what they would like to do. You read all their documents, oh, less regulation, less taxes. And then they come out and they make this comment. That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard from the Farm Bureau. I would be embarrassed if I'm the Farm Bureau doing that presentation. Scare tactics.
Thank you so much, sir. Anyone else? I see none. We'll close the public comment and we'll bring it back to the board. Any questions or comments from the board? Any motions? Supervisor Nguyen. Oh, sorry.
I just have a quick question. I want to make sure that I'm clear. We'll probably have a little discussion here, but what exactly are you looking for? You're just looking for direction to incorporate into an ordinance that you will then bring back?
Correct, Supervisor Miller.
Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Nguyen.
As I understand it, the federal government and the state government have not adopted their regulations currently. Is that correct?
Supervisor Nguyen, through the chair, that is correct, although I do know from discussions I've had coming from Washington that the federal rule is should be in effect October 1st.
Okay, but it's not in effect now.
That's correct.
Okay. Does that go through a public hearing process?
No, it does not. What the emergency rule under the federal rules means that it becomes active October 1st. They accept comment during that first growing season, and then they make changes to the federal rule later that year.
Okay. And then the state will follow after that to get approved by the federal government, correct?
That is correct. Once the federal rule comes out, any growers until the state rule is approved would be growing under the federal rule.
Okay. All right. The reason I asked that question is because I had occasion to talk to the developer of the cannabis ordinance in the city of Denver, South County, and her comment was that when it was started, when it first passed in 2012, there was a lot of confusion, a lot of changes that occurred, based probably, as you said, on the input on those who actually participated. One of the concerns I have, and we're dealing with this with cannabis also, is everybody's pushing this, like it has to happen today. Well, I'm one, from my background, is you do things in a sequential order. It seemed to me the sequential order would be federal regulations, state regulations adopted by the feds. The county would then create ours. And so I have a problem in regards to keep moving forward until we have something actually we can hang on to. And this constant crisis emergency that's presented as to how we need to do this today, I don't buy. I mean, I would rather let somebody else, Kern County, for example, I'm sure they're getting a lot of information on some of the problems that they've experienced. I would rather take a little time and let somebody else go through those initial openings as opposed to us taking the lead. So I just have a real problem with the urgency that's always presented from individuals who have to have it now, and government doesn't move that because it is cautious and methodical and ensures that all things are covered before we implement. So anyway, thank you.
Any other questions? Supervisor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So looking at the actual proposed regulation here, when it talks about purpose and authority, it says the provision of this chapter are in addition to any other permits, licenses, and approvals which may be required. So is that saying that it incorporates the future CDFA regulations just by implication there, even though they aren't here yet?
I believe so, Supervisor Elliott. That would be probably more a question for Mr. Miles.
Through the chair, yes, I would say that it doesn't conflict with, and so it adds the local permits that are required in addition to whatever other permits may arise through either the state or the federal regulations.
Okay, so if these regulations then were approved, then how would this be affected by future CDFA regulations or future adjustments at the federal level?
So Supervisor Elliott, like I stated before, what we looked at in these regulations are in addition to whatever would be required from state or federal rule. What we're looking at is what we thought would be required in addition to answer some of the concerns of the sheriff's office as well as constituency throughout the county. So these would be an addition to those, whatever those rules are.
Okay, what advantage is there for us to get out ahead of those other rules, though?
I don't know how to answer that. So what we looked at, and maybe it'd be better for county council to talk about, is our current moratorium sunsets in September. And I'm not sure what would happen once that sunset hit, if we didn't have something in place to make sure that we have some sort of landing place, I guess you could put it.
I'll look to Ms. Sakata to correct me if I'm wrong on this, but my understanding is, as was stated earlier in the presentation, that the state, although they haven't adopted all of their regulations, they did adopt regulations that we think, and one of the reasons that we recommended the moratorium in the first place was that a belief that that regulation would allow people to begin cultivation. And so
that's correct. So with respect to the CFA's regulation as it pertains to registration, they did implement the registration regulation, and then the state law imposes almost a mandate, but it uses the shall directive in which the ag commissioner would then be required to accept the registrations once that regulation has been implemented, which has been done at this time.
So we have that regulation looming over. So once the moratorium comes off the books in September, if we don't have anything to replace that, then we're going to default to state law and the state regulations, which would require the ag commissioner to accept those registrations.
Okay, is there anything wrong with that?
Well, it means that individuals would be able to begin to grow the hemp without any of the local issues being addressed.
Okay, then did I understand you to say earlier that once this moratorium ends, it's not possible then to do another one?
It's not possible to do another interim urgency ordinance. It is possible to do a moratorium, but we have to come through the regular introduction and waive reading and adoption of the ordinance.
Okay, and how long would that take then?
There is a minimum time frame of at least 5 days between the introduction and waive reading and the adoption of the ordinance. Depending on the direction of the board here today, we could have the introduction and waive reading by the meeting on the 27th. Or I'm sorry.
10th, I think.
24.
No, it's 27th.
Okay, so it would be possible to take that course then as well?
Yes.
Okay, one minor question here on the next to last page here, section of the draft ordinance here. Talks about the effective date, and the last line there says that this will be published in a newspaper, County of San Joaquin, together with names of the members of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Merced. And I'm just wondering, why did we want to have Merced in this?
That's why this is a draft, Supervisor.
Okay, all right, so that...
It's not unusual when you're putting these types of ordinances together to look at multiple counties in terms of what they have and what you agree with and what you don't. And typically what you do is you change wording on whatever you decide. Sometimes you add things, sometimes you subtract them, and sometimes you don't do a very good job of finding all the edits that need to be made.
Okay, understand. So we'll take that out. And I still am not quite sure on some of these findings here where it talks about that cannabis and hemp were determined to be not compatible crops, at least according to the feedback that was gotten. But then it was identified that industrial hemp grown for fiber and seed is also not compatible with industrial hemp grown for CBDs. I didn't quite understand why there is that incompatibility.
Supervisor Elliott, I believe that has to do with cross-pollination, and those that are growing CBDs don't really want to be producing seeds, so they don't want male plants. So that's primarily why that's there.
Okay.
And it's the same with industrial hemp grown for seed than it would be for cannabis as well.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. So I have a little bit of follow-up on that. And we had a speaker bring up this difference between the grown for male plants versus the female for seeds, and the cross pollination that could contaminate either or both of those. So we had one of the speaker recommended some sort of a buffer between those. Did you look into that? How would that be regulated in terms of preventing it? We had somebody else talk about, well, maybe the female should only be grown indoors. Was that something that you looked at, or is that something that you're recommending we just don't deal with?
Supervisor Miller, in that concern, I did have some conversations specifically with the state of Oregon, where they advised not to try to overregulate, because you come into issues, land use issues, and for instance, if we have someone that has their own property and they're growing cannabis for CBD for seed production, say, and another person comes in to lease property within that 3 mile, and then they find out that they can't plant because of the 3 mile buffer, it could lead someone is going to be liable in a lawsuit. So the thought that we had, especially in discussion with the public meeting, was that in reality that's kind of a decision that needs to be made by the producer. We could try in the licensing structure, the county licensing structure, we could ask for that information and provide it to whoever is going to come in for licensing, and then they could make an educated decision as to whether or not that's where they want to grow. But I think my concern is I don't want to be the hemp cop that's trying to set up 3 mile buffer zones all over the county, because that would be very difficult, to say the least.
Okay, so I understand that, and in fact I agree with that. I think it's a good idea to let folks self-regulate as much as possible and make their own business decisions, as long as we can collect that information and it can be made public. So when folks came in for a license, they could sort of pull up a map, see what else is being grown in the vicinity. Is that possible?
It could be possible. Part of the problem I foresee with that is going to be, especially at first, we're going to have a large influx of people that are coming not only from within the county but from outside of the county, and for them to be wanting to make those decisions within a couple of months, especially at first, is going to be very difficult for us to do as a department.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure what the answer is to that one, other than I have a lot of faith in the ag community that they'll sort that out, that the people that want to grow will figure out how to make it work, and they'll make their own decisions in terms of taking on risk and versus the reward, and what their own capacity is for investing in a new crop. I agree with reducing the setbacks to 100 feet. I think that's more reasonable. And I agree with you. I think the more we regulate it, the more we're limiting it to only the very largest property owners, as opposed to some of the smaller farmers that may have a desire to grow this crop. So that would be my feedback. I don't see any reason not personally to move forward. I think you guys have done a great job in terms of bringing forward, as you have all along in this process, with bringing forward some very common sense regulations, very thoughtful ordinances. You've had a lot of input from the community. So I'm in agreement that I think we're ready to bring this forward in September. As I said, I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but I would be comfortable with reducing those setbacks.
So I do have one question in regards to including in those setbacks is housing, if you would want to lower that setback around housing as well as other properties.
Well, we already have a larger one for sensitive uses, correct? That's 1,000?
Correct.
And how close is that to that quarter-mile spraying for schools? 1,000 feet? I don't know the...
It's not quite the same distance as quarter mile.
But it's in the ballpark.
It's in the ballpark, correct.
Okay.
What that is based on, it used to be before the quarter mile near school regulation that took effect 2 years ago, it used to be what we used for aerial applications around schools.
Mm-hmm.
So that is where that 1,000-foot came from.
Okay. I think for now I might be fine leaving it at 200 feet around, residential. That's because I don't think we know yet in terms of odor and things like that. And when you're talking about somebody's home, that could be a problem. But I think for most of the others, I would be comfortable reducing that setback.
Understood.
Thank you, Chairman. Question for you, Mr. Pelican. Do we have any mechanism for fees? Has anything been figured out, or is this forthcoming to offset what would obviously be costs for inspection, testing, and regulation?
Yes, Supervisor Patty, back in March, we brought to this board our fee ordinance, and included in that was fees for hemp production.
Do you recall what those fees were?
They were time and materials.
Based on what rate?
It's based on the same rate that we use currently in our phytosanitary program, which is the program where we write phytosanitary certificates for export. So I looked at this as whether or not this really differed between that or field walks or anything else we do, and I figured there's no reason to consider that would be any different cost. We're using the same people to do the same job.
Got it. So in this application, walk me through it. Let's say somebody's going to do a plant, a grow with these plants. So we're going to go out there and we're going to build them on a time and material basis. And what are those anticipated expenses in a normal process versus what this might be? Because there's a testing factor involved in this commodity that doesn't exist for tomatoes or other, corn or any other product.
Correct. So in speaking with other commissioners, currently what they're doing is they go out and they actually take the testing material, they give that material to a courier who is a third party, and then that courier takes it to the lab. Most cases, the courier is actually employed by the lab, so that time is not. We would be there for the actual taking of the sample, but other than that, anything from there on would be charged by the lab.
Okay, and we've identified what that process would be and that they're obligated to cover those expenses?
Well, that's required by law. The testing is required by law, so therefore they would be required to pay those expenses.
Got it. And if there's a law enforcement component in which, through the chair, I'd like to maybe call up Sheriff Withrow.
Sheriff Withrow, please come forward.
Do you ever, Mr. Pelican, have to factor in any law enforcement expenses?
I would, Supervisor Patty, I would have no way to knowing what that cost would be. However, in Section 8 of 81005 of the Food and Ag Code, this is in SB 153, under Section C, it states, the Board of Supervisors of County may establish a reasonable fee, an amount necessary to cover the actual cost of the Commissioner and the County of implementing, administrating, enforcing the provisions of this division, except for costs that otherwise would be reimbursed pursuant to this subdivision. So that, in my, and maybe Mark could comment better than I could since I'm not a lawyer, but in my reading of this, this would allow for law enforcement to recoup some funding.
I would agree that that language is broad enough that that would allow the county to impose some fees for recovery of law enforcement costs.
Would we have to build in those fees in advance to permitting so they understand what those fees are, and which I would segue to our sheriff if he had an estimate of what it is hourly for sheriff's services and what those fees would possibly be.
I don't know if I'm on or not. There we go. Well, we have our fee schedule that we have when people contract with us for like the rodeos and things like that. So yeah, we have those readily available. We'd have to track the time that, when we get called out on crimes involved in these type of issues. I don't know, these folks are all trying to do this legal and get it through you guys. And this is what the board's trying to do, have this, decide whether they're going to do this legally here in town. So who do we pass those costs on to? If someone is victimized, does that go to the person who's trying to do it legally, or does that go through the courts where it's imposed on some type of fines? And those are all starting to kind of go away with the state of California. And I was sitting back there thinking, and I don't know much about the growing process and stuff, but all these folks do it legal, and then somebody sneaks in next door and plants something illegal next to there that contaminates their whole crop. So when they get tested, their crop comes back illegal. Do we charge the folks for growing illegal hemp? We don't want to do that because they're trying to do the right thing. So I think recouping those costs, I'm not sure who we would impose that upon. I would have to look at other counties how we do it, but I don't think we're going to be able to recoup it from the bad guys.
So, Supervisor Patty, if I may, through the chair, one of the reasons that we are requiring the pesticide portion of that is so that we can provide mapping to the sheriff so that if there's grows that are not mapped, we would know that those are illegal grows. So they in themselves would be subject to law enforcement action.
Right, and we do that now when we can spot them, and when we can find them. So we do some flyovers sometimes, and Acting Captain Oliver, and her team is spending a lot of time on green dope right now. So it's just the fact of finding it, and making it before it contaminates somebody's legal crop, and I don't know how easily that's done, so that's our concern, is being able to find it before it damages somebody else's legal crop.
Sure, and my concern is the reason why I asked this is just so we open up all the variables that are possible so that the county isn't incurring costs unanticipated. So we can perhaps have a built-in mechanism with the permitting process that this allocates for anticipated, enforcements, codes, regulations, inspections, testing, et cetera. So I'm just, kind of talking it out and making sure no stone is left unturned here.
Yeah, and as I said before, it's not up to me either way, whether you guys go with this or not. That's on your plate. And my concern, as I said in one of the other hearings just recently, is not everyone who wants to do it legal. It's the ones we have to worry about are the ones who aren't going to go for their permits and or try and rip off the people who do it legal. So that's my concern, their safety.
Sure, justified concern for sure. Appreciate it. Chairman, if there's an experienced grower, I'd like to ask a question because I do have, I think there's some uncertainty about a buffer zone between the male and female plant. It's been suggested up to a 3-mile buffer, and how to regulate it I know would be difficult for the county. So I'm not sure if there's an experienced grower because it's also.
How about Zach?
There is, if I may step up.
What's Zach?
Okay, so somebody, Chairman, it's okay?
Okay, can I
Okay.
have,
In a past life,
Okay, wait, hold on. Just
one
let's
at a
do this
time, please, sir.
orderly.
Down, please.
So my question for you, it was suggested that seed plants can be indoors because there's less acre needed in greenhouse farming or something, or is the majority of people interested in growing CBD plants that would be without seeds? It kind of define to us where these concerns are, because it's a substantial investment to do a crop, and then somebody does one an adjoining or nearby piece of property, and you've got a problem, to say the least.
I don't, the mic is on. So, yeah, my point earlier was to have the separation, but I think Supervisor Miller came up with a very smart idea, and that's really the ag commissioner lets you know really who's growing around you, right? And so you make your decision as a farmer on what you're going to do there. And so the economics are really in CBD at this point. So most everybody else is not growing seeds. You're growing seeds potentially of a quarter acre or an acre of seeds for having next year's crop to plant it. So you don't have to pay $1 per seed. So if you're paying $1 per seed, you're putting in 5,200 seeds per acre. You have 10 acres, you're spending $52,000 in seeds. Or if you have starts, that's $3 per plant. So now you've got $150,000 just to plant 10 acres. So it's very expensive, and people need to really work with the ag commissioner to make sure that they're growing. Now, potentially, there's going to be thousands of acres here that are growing for protein powder, gluten-free. I'm telling you, it's going to be a very large market because it's the best mix of omega-3 and omega-6 in plants. It has some of the best characteristics that you can get for protein. So it's going to be expanded quite a bit here in non-CBD market. The byproduct is that those plant stems and those things do have the fibers in them. So there's still fibers that can be broken down and mixed with cotton to make sure.
I'm just in relation to buffer zones and how it's.
So the whole idea is if you're going to grow seeds for planting next year, you may just grow it in a greenhouse, for 12 weeks in a greenhouse, and you get 500,000 seeds or 1 million seeds. So if you're going to start growing for protein powder and flour and that type of thing, it really needs to be worked on with the ag commissioner to make that decision.
Okay, so on that, Mr. Pelican, so when somebody comes in to go through the approval process to grow a crop, would we be able to request of them that they declare if they're growing seeded or unseeded, and we can then track it?
Supervisor Petty, yes, we could. As I said earlier, that could be part of the local licensing project, so that we could ask that question easily at the local level.
So that's not a hardship of any concern of regulating or tracking it?
No. One of the things I have asked from Department of Pesticide Regulations is currently all of the commodities that are in the permitting system have its own commodity code, and until recently they had cannabis and hemp put together. Recently we were talked them into separating, and I've also been talking to them in separating the difference between hemp and seed production versus CBD production. But we can certainly do that at the local level through, like I said, our local licensing.
Okay, thank you. I think that's the questions I have answered, and I agree that while there might be some concerns and some regulations coming to the state or federal, we've got stakeholders, property holders, people that want to get into this, assuming that there's perhaps somewhat of a risk because of regulations that are yet to be determined. But I would say, for me, I'm comfortable moving forward. You guys have done research, you've workshopped it, you've been in contact with federal and state regulators. You kind of know what's coming down the pipeline, and so I'm assuming that moving in the right direction based on market demands, agricultural growers that are interested in getting into this commodity. So I'm comfortable going forward.
Question or comment from Supervisor Elliott?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned, this is for the Ag Commissioner, you mentioned that you had discussions with the Oregon State Agriculture Department to understand the impacts of hemp grows on wine grapes. What were the impacts?
Primarily, Supervisor Elliott, through the chair, what they have found is that the lawsuits had more to do with the wine tasting rooms than it did the actual tainting of grapes. There was some issues with odors near those tasting rooms, and they felt that it probably made the wine not taste as good. So, but there is no. I've talked to other commissioners too in Sonoma and Napa County, as well as Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo, and they have not found anything yet. However, there really hasn't been a lot of research done at this point. That has primarily to do with terpenes. That's where the scents come from. Where the question came from had to do a lot with eucalyptus trees, because eucalyptus have been known to taint taste of grapes, but there has not been anything directly correlated with hemp or cannabis.
All right, I guess.
Mr. Van, would you like to comment on some of these comments that everyone's making, please?
Chair Viapudua, if I may, thank you for the opportunity. To Supervisor Patty's concern regarding the need for buffer zones between cultivators of female plants for CBD extracts relative to cultivators of male plants. The concern is, and certainly we can't predict where these grows are going to be registered before they're registered. The concern for us would be us registering first in time, and another, we're interested in growing female plants, and another cultivator registering upstream as far as the prevailing winds are concerned, cultivating male plants within a reasonable vicinity of our crop. That stands to carry the potential for our crop to be pollinated by those male plants by virtue of their proximity to that farm that may be allowed to register after we did. I think with the geographic information systems that we have available to us, certainly perhaps on a first-come, first-served basis for female hemp plant cultivators who are registered first in time, to have a reasonable buffer zone established around them relative to cultivators of male plants under the prevailing winds, to avoid that sort of catastrophe for these people that are going to be investing substantial amounts of money to develop these projects. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Wynn.
Yeah, Mr. Pellin, you talked about your ability to provide fields of hemp that are grown to the Sheriff's Department to determine whether they're legal or illegal based upon the registration. Is that correct?
Correct, Supervisor Wynn.
Okay. So how long has that been in play as far as the capability of identifying these particular fields?
Supervisor Wynn, we have been doing that as a department for, boy, I bet at least 10 years now. So what we have been doing, however, is in actually enhancing our mapping abilities. So we do have the ability to, say, for instance, map sensitive areas and things like that. So it's something that we do on a regular basis. We do that every time someone comes in to get a restricted materials permit. So it's something that we do quite often.
And in your review of these particular photographs or whatever they are, digital videos, have you identified illegal grows of either cannabis or hemp or anything else?
Supervisor Wynn, no, we haven't. I know that because these crop layers are not done on a monthly basis, we do it maybe once a year. Most of the time that I've seen that where people have been be able to identify things like that is on Google Maps, but no, we haven't, to answer your question directly.
Okay, so is it your intent to increase the number of viewings of these particular locations, or the county, to provide information to the Sheriff's Department or anything you identify that hasn't been registered if we go to this direction?
Supervisor Wynn, one of the things I've been thinking about in terms of our say, for instance, our pesticide use enforcement inspectors, they would certainly know where the licensed locations are at because they would be issuing those permits. And if they see things that don't look quite right, we could also get that information to our local law enforcement. So from my standpoint, we could be extra eyes out there for them. Whether or not in some areas like the Delta, we're not going to be able to see everything because those cornfields are so huge that if someone still has cannabis out there, we're not going to see it.
Well, I think the issue with this is if the board moves forward, is the same as with the cannabis issue or marijuana issue. We have, and statistically in this state, I mean, there's way more illegal grows than there are legal grows. And the revenues supposedly to be generated are substantially less than projected. And part of it, and I'll go into that, but there's other issues that are involved in why that's happening. And so we're opening another door with another cannabis type product. And again, the question is, are we going to enforce it? Can we enforce it? Do we have the capability, the resources? And so, every time we open these doors, and I understand the sheriff's position in regards to his limited resources, but again, it's going to take time to investigate these observations in regards to brought to their attention either by complaint or by you, and environmental health and community development, et cetera. So again, we're looking at either we do our job, which takes a lot of resources, or we, I guess, restrict it, which is a little simpler. But again, I appreciate that. I was just curious as to how your particular observations work.
So if I may, Supervisor, when you make one other comment, is one of the requirements, the state requirements for growing hemp is that you have to go through a background check. And if you have any infractions drug-related within the last 10 years, you're not eligible to get your registration process through the state. So our process is just one process of what would become a two-process situation. And the other thing is that I don't think that from my visual things that I've seen, you're not going to see smaller grows like you do with cannabis. These are going to be large grows that are going to be in a field situation, so they're going to be fairly obvious as to where they're being grown.
Well, I would agree. I think the problem is that if you deny somebody an application or a license, et cetera, which has happened to a lot of people, they don't even apply. They just continue to grow illegally. So that's really the major issue, and how do we prevent that? So, good. Thank you.
Supervisor Petty.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a brief statement. I mean, this is what we're proposing is a starting point. This ordinance, like the wine ordinance, can come back and be changed, and it's fluid with state, federal regulations. So this is a commodity. This is going to be allowed. We are an agricultural region. There are farmers that are going to wish to do it, and farmers that are going to choose not to do it, and that's a choice. But I would encourage this board that, through this process we are engaging in and fleshing out, but, this is here. So I think we might as well get on board with some of the recommendations and move this process forward so that there are stakeholders that wish to be involved, and there are those that choose not to be involved. This is a free market, so it is here, and it's permissible at different stages and processes of. But encourage us to this process flesh itself out as we are, and we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Shaw, you had your 3 minutes already.
Point of information with a timely request in one sentence.
Okay.
With a master's degree in administration, I reported a prostitution ring with illegal drug trafficking across the street from a junior high in California. And we seriously need to include, to Supervisor Tom Patty's concern, to add the expenses of replacing teachers with security guards, of mental rehabs costing families $50,000 a year, of Salvation Army to help with the serious problems. So can you include those expenses to those who can continue to be a threat?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Shaw.
Thank you very much.
Is there a motion on the floor? You would like to make a motion?
Do we want this as a motion or just direction? I'm happy to make a motion.
We do need a motion.
Okay. I would make a motion that our Ag Commissioner bring back this ordinance with the reduction in setbacks to 100 feet and bring it back for adoption on September 10th. In terms of the buffer for male and female, I'm actually, I would make my motion that the Ag Commissioner collect the data and make that data available when folks are applying for their licenses, unless somebody else wants to consider an amendment to that, but that would be the form of my motion. Is there anything else you need on that?
Just accepting staff's report.
Accepting staff's report, yes. Thank you.
Supervisor Miller, to that point of a buffer zone, if a person has an application in and somebody else wants to put in a conflicting crop, we should be able to have a seniority over so that somebody couldn't be, as Mr. Javon had mentioned, you can plant the seeds, you can plant your crop, and then somebody can be a half a mile upstream and the wind blows over and cross-pollinates and you lose all your investment. So could we build in a mechanism that prevents something like that from happening through the permitting process?
I think, Supervisor Patty, that's something that our office would need to look into before we could say that that would be a recommendation or included. But, I mean, with direction, I think you can direct our office to...
I'd like to see that included
in that further, as opposed to incorporating it. And
so Supervisor Patty, I think my major concern would be where we have local growers that are that have property here. If they decided to make that choice, you could be prohibiting them from growing on their own property, which I don't know how that would work.
The additional difficulty that I see from an enforcement and potential liability for the county is that in adopting that regulation where we say you can't use your property, right, which falls under the Fifth Amendment taking, it's a regulatory taking of their property, limiting their activities, but also we trying to pick that direction. Is it only prevailing winds? What if the winds shift? Is the impacted farmer then going to bring the suit because we didn't prevent somebody else? We didn't prevent it in all circumstances. And so I think it's a slippery slope that we really need to look into best practices and what some of the other counties who are already licensing this type of activity are doing in that regard. And we can bring that information back.
Okay, and I think it just comes down to those that are going to plant and grow seeded or unseeded, and the seeded is smaller crop but bigger risk to a larger crop that could be detrimental to a person's investment. And we all know, fact is, not everybody's a good neighbor. Not everybody's going to be considerate of what somebody else is doing, and they just may do what they want because it suits their purpose. So if there's some way we can build in a protection mechanism that's legal, but gives maybe seniority to somebody that's already permitted to be doing something, and then somebody comes in as a neighbor and decides they want to do something in conflict within the buffer zone. So That's going to be your challenge. But I hear what they're saying is this is substantial investment could be completely lost.
Absolutely.
So that would be a concern I have.
So I would leave my motion to bring it back to include the data collection and the provision of that data to other licensees, in addition to do a little more research on if something stronger can be done. But if not, I would still want to have that portion of it in the motion. And as we said, this is an ordinance that may, and most likely, as they almost all do, may evolve as time goes on and we get more information. But for now, I would leave my motion in that form with the caveat that staff will bring back more information on that.
We have a question or a comment from Supervisor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, on the in the enforcement paragraph of this draft here, it just says enforcement will be done pursuant to Title I, Division 2 of this code. And I think enforcement is really going to be one of the difficulties here, because although hemp is legal now at the state and federal level, marijuana is still not legal at the federal level. So I really think, and it just sounds as though the direction is going to be that we'll be bringing back some kind of ordinance, but I think we need to put a little more meat on the bones there in terms of enforcement. How are we going to try to enforce something that looks very similar to something which is still illegal, at least at the federal level?
Supervisor Elliott, one of the things that we often look at as an ag regulator is these grows are going to cost considerable amount of money. And if they come in above that 0.3%, they're looking at losing hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I think that's a much bigger stick than anything we could do at the local level. But then that's just my perspective on it. But then the other portion of that would be if it's a law enforcement issue, then I think that's something that the DA would have to look at.
Right. And I did have one other question for Mr. Blodgett, if we could ask him to come in.
Mr. Blodgett, will you please come forward?
And my question here was, earlier I thought you said that the Farm Bureau unanimously voted to advocate in favor of maintaining a moratorium.
Correct. And as again, until we get those state and federal rules approved, until we get these rules figured out, and until we get the funding figured out, not figured out after we have an ordinance. We figured we need that before we have an ordinance.
Right.
Yep.
But I was just curious, are there any members that are in favor of getting into the...
I'm sure there are members of Farm Bureau that are in favor of getting into the industry. We had a meeting with a number of growers out in the Delta who all claimed to be Farm Bureau members, and there were about 14 came into the room, and 2 of them actually were Farm Bureau members. So the rest of them were not Farm Bureau members, and but claimed to be. We do have a membership list. It's pretty easy to check.
Right. So the objection really from the Farm Bureau is to sort out all of these uncertainties before we proceed down the road.
Correct.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I understand we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'm seconding the motion.
Okay, can we have a first and second? We have a vote, please. The motion carries 3-2. Thank you very much. Moving on to discussion item number 2. County Council introduced and waive reading and an ordinance amending the San Joaquin County Code of Ordinance, Title 4, Division 10, Chapter 1, Commercial Cannabis Activity to remove the allowance for non-delivery commercial cannabis sales. Ms. Merrill, how are you doing today?
Today. I just want to point out that I am not the most controversial item on the agenda today. You guys have tackled some difficult ones. So.
You say you're not?
I'm not.
We haven't gotten through it yet.
I'm definitely the second most, maybe third most controversial. You guys have covered some difficult topics today. So good afternoon, Zoe Merrill as Deputy County Counsel. So just make that kind of differentiation there. Okay, so I know everybody's tired, so we'll kind of go through this quickly. I want to start with a clarification. As you know, as of yesterday, the item was uploaded only with the amendment portion of the letter and not including the report portion of the letter. I apologize for that. We originally went forward with one strategy, and then as we expanded, I did not get that expanded letter updated or uploaded. I apologize. So the more narrow letter was inadvertently uploaded and not replaced, but the presentation will both cover the amendments as well as the report portion. And I did make some copies of the revised letter, so if there are any speakers, we did want to make that available, and I did attempt to get the revised letter sent out to the email notification list. I am not sure, as of the time of this presentation, whether that was received. So again, I apologize for that confusion. We are fine on the amendments, but just that report portion. So this is a topic you are all very familiar with, the Living Breathing Cannabis Program. So we're not going to do any background, but I will discuss the amendments which were directed to be made on May 21st, as well as update in the report as directed, both from the May 21st meeting and the July 9th meeting. So first, let's dive right into the amendments. These are an introduction and waiver of proposed amendments to remove the allowance for storefront retail cannabis businesses which are currently in the operative commercial cannabis ordinance, which became effective June 20th, 2019. Specifically, that's Title 4, Division 10, Chapter 1. As you know, the commercial cannabis ordinance allows for 5 types of cannabis licensed businesses. We're just talking about one of those types, which is retail, which is defined both in the chapter and in state law as being non-storefront retailer, which is also known as delivery, just want to make sure we've got our terms correct, as well as retailer, which is known as storefront retail. What we're talking about today is the removal of storefront retail. I also want to point out that state law and the ordinance allow for both types of retail, both delivery and storefront, by a micro-business licensee. So in order to accomplish the directed amendments, which is to remove the allowance for all storefront, I needed to first propose an amendment to section 4-10005. That's the definition of retailer license. What we did in the proposed amendments was to limit that sale of cannabis to be done exclusively through delivery. The second important part of the proposed amendments to accomplish the task is because that micro business under state law does allow storefront retail, we needed to add a definition of micro business into the ordinance and limit that type of business, again, to sell cannabis exclusively through delivery. We didn't need that definition before. We relied on the state law. But now that we're doing this amendment in order to be sure that we are removing the allowance, that is a necessary part of the proposed amendments. So with those 2 changes, we would effectively remove the allowance for storefront retail. The ordinance would retain the allowance for delivery. I also want to point out that if this board adopts this amendment, again, today's introduction and waiver, we'd bring that adoption back at the next regular meeting. What we will do as staff is bring back an amendment to the development title in order to be consistent. That is how we have moved forward through the cannabis ordinance changes. We're doing that same kind of movement here. So we would bring that back to be consistent. That said, if you make the amendment in Title 4, there would be no lag allowance under Title 9. So it would be effective in Title 4, therefore removing it from the ability to do it under Title 9. So we don't see any negative impact of bringing that back after. Okay, so that's the proposed amendment discussion. What we'll do is you can ask questions, of course, anytime, but I'll take questions at the end, and I'll go ahead and move right into the report section. So essentially the reports are going to cover 4 quick topics. I know everybody's hungry. So May 21st, July 9th, the report topics I was asked to bring back were an update on the current status of the commercial cannabis applications, interactions between commercial cannabis businesses and hemp. Obviously that will be short. We've talked a lot about hemp today. The basis for the county's choice to utilize locational criteria and zoning instead of numerical caps on the number of legal businesses. And fourth and final, utilization of minimum parcel sizes and cannabis-specific setbacks in addition to the existing ordinances. So those are the 4 topics that are both in your revised letter and that I'll go through quickly today. So first, the status of current letters of interest and applications. In January, County Council's office asked the public to provide letters of interest if they were interested in entering into a development agreement. The reason was we wanted to ensure that we could quickly and effectively communicate with people who were interested in that DA. The conversation in January was a little bit different than it is now. We have an operative ordinance, and so that was what happened in January. As of today, the Office of the County Council has 28 letters of interest. The last one received yesterday afternoon, kind of late afternoon. Some of the letters don't, even though we've asked them to, they don't actually specify the business type that they're interested in doing, and others identify multiple business types, inevitably to allow for various kinds of development, or possibly because they want to do multiple types of licenses on one site. So those break down. We have 4 are interested in developing a business park, 5 for a retailer, not specific as to storefront or delivery. Obviously, we are not moving forward with storefront. 6 for distributor, and 16 for cultivation, 6 for manufacturer, and 2 for testing laboratories. So that's just the breakdown of the letters. Now, in regards to actual applications, remember those are 2 very different things as we define them and move forward. Ultimately, to open a business, you have to have 4 things. You have to have applied for and approved county cannabis license, use permit or special purpose plan, development agreement, and annual state license. At this time, the county cannabis license is not available to the public. That said, the use permit and special purpose plan are available, and they have been open for acceptance since July 1st. And again, that's because the ordinance was only operative as of June 20th. And so at this time, although they have been available to people since July 1st, we have 0 applications. We are working with 3 or 4 applicants in terms of kind of developing and doing, getting ready for their pre-application or their application within probably the next month. And we're answering a lot of inquiries. We're certainly talking to a lot of folks on the phone, but most of those contacts are not ultimately resulting in meetings with planners or moving forward with that pre-application or application. So those 3 or 4 applicants at this point, they look like possible projects. That's kind of how I'll refer to them. 1 is a non-storefront retailer in an existing building. 3 are combined cultivation, distribution, and manufacturing, which is allowed under the ordinance. And 1 includes a possible nursery. So now we'll go ahead, and that's kind of the update on where we are in terms of process. Again, 28 letters of interest, 0 use permit or special purpose applications, and waiting on the CCL to be available. So now we'll go ahead and move on to the interactions between commercial cannabis and hemp. You heard from the agricultural commissioner, who it's really been an honor to work with, just incredible work on his end, and we've stayed in constant communication. He was on the cannabis working group, and so he was integral in the discussion and development of this ordinance, but also we continue to communicate regularly. As he stated, and as was discussed, at this time we have no evidence or basis to believe there are any negative interactions or compatibility issues with allowing commercial cannabis businesses, as created in our ordinance, and the successful development of commercial hemp. Now, clearly, there are discussion points and issues in regards to potential buffers and seeded and unseeded, but the way that we see it and as the way that it's developed, at this point, we believe that those interactions are best dealt with in terms of the agricultural commissioner, and we feel they can be successfully dealt with. Keep in mind that the commercial cannabis ordinance allows only indoor cultivation. And so in discussing this at length with the agricultural commissioner, and of course, I was in attendance at the meeting, which involved the public and growers, we don't see an issue with those 2 marketplaces moving forward and being able to deal with site-specific compatibility issues, or because both ordinances are being developed as what we call living, breathing ordinances, as the marketplace may have compatibility issues come about, either dealing with those through existing processes, both on the land use side through discretionary land use approval in the cannabis market, and on the ag side existing registrations and tools. If in fact those show to be not effective, then of course living, breathing ordinances, we would bring them back for your consideration with updated data from the marketplaces as they have developed. So that's why we've taken the position that commercial cannabis and commercial hemp, whether it's for seed and fiber or for CBD, are compatible marketplaces, and we don't see a problem with those 2 moving forward.
Excuse me real quick, Ms. Mel.
Of course.
To get to the end of that last sentence, could that be a little shorter? you've got a long day, and you're going through a long description of understanding that it's compatible and there's not a problem. I'm just wondering if we can go a little faster here.
Yes, absolutely. Then the next topic is actually a little bit more complicated, but we'll go through it quickly. I would point out that there's a lot of detail in the revised letter, and the revised letter detail on this topic is also reiterative of a 2017 report we brought, as well as a 2018 report. So I was directed to bring it back. Essentially, the question is why we use locational criteria in zoning instead of numerical caps. And I will tell you that was based on the 2017 report and the 2018 report. The revised letter discusses the financial reasons that we went forward with an ordinance in the first place. This report and the revised letter go into a little bit more detail as to why we opted for those criteria instead of caps. Essentially, we opted for those to avoid a proliferation of commercial cannabis businesses based on the expertise of Friedman and Koski. They testified at the hearing essentially that the locational criteria are more beneficial than numerical caps on the number of licenses because caps are ineffective at battling the illegal market. Additionally, caps did not allow us to have a diverse and equitable marketplace, so locational criteria and zoning did let us do that. And finally, but most importantly to today's discussion, numerical caps created a significant risk of litigation to the county. And that was a huge part of their recommendation. That's why we brought the ordinance as we did, not using numerical caps. The jurisdictions that have used them have been sued successfully, both on the adoption of the ordinance and then on individual projects that move forward. The 2018 letter and report go into, I will say, incredibly painful detail, a lot of detail as to why we opted to not use caps and instead use the criteria that we did. Ultimately, caps are not beneficial or prudent based on the expertise of Friedman and Koski and the project. So now we'll move on to the next report segment. That is the utilization of minimum parcel size and setbacks to further limit commercial cannabis business locations. As in regards to numerical cap discussion, the ordinance uses locational criteria and zoning to limit the available number of commercial cannabis business locations. That is a theme that goes throughout both of those reports. We brought it back as what we thought the most effective mechanism in order to limit those locations was, that minimized the county's risk, maximized the possibility of revenue and jobs, as well as used a low cost to the county sort of open marketplace idea. Those were all themes that we were directed to balance. We brought back the ordinance that we felt balanced those themes. And so in regards to the question of should we add these additional items, that's really the essence of the report. So let me quickly, I hear it, walk you through how the locational criteria were constructed. I think it's key to the question of whether we should add more limitations. First, we essentially started mapping the areas based on use type, where they would be allowed using existing zoning, and this is, I think, key to this point, using existing parcel size limitations and existing setbacks. That was all considered in the first round of criteria. We then further limited that through state setbacks, requirement of state law, and then requiring a discretionary hearing that further limits those allowed locations. And finally, and I think this is the most important part that I want to highlight here, is that the further restriction was provided by the sheriff, his and their input into the working group. That was the additional limitation, locational criteria in the agricultural zone, that a business must be within 2,000 feet of a major arterial intersection or arterial road. And remember, that was to ensure safe and prompt access by law enforcement and first responders. So that was the step-by-step utilization of the criteria to limit the existing locations available. And so because those extensive restrictions limited the number of locations, we then did not and continued to not recommend additional restrictions by minimum parcel size or cannabis-specific setbacks. Now, what you asked me to do is to bring back a report including jurisdictions. So I surveyed 10 jurisdictions. There are others, but at some point, there just weren't that many jurisdictions using anything close. So these were of 10 neighboring or similarly situated jurisdictions, so not necessarily geographically close, but similar to us. And keep in mind that what I did include was similar cannabis programs. Specifically, our program only allows indoor cultivation or mixed light through a secured greenhouse. So there were setbacks being used on outdoor cultivation. I did not include those because they're not relevant to our existing program. So essentially, there's very few jurisdictions that fit that criteria that are utilizing those tools. You can see there in the survey, Monterey has one, but it's only on large-scale retail. Sonoma does have a 10-acre minimum parcel size, but that's for commercial cultivation and agricultural resource zones. They additionally allow outdoor, so there's an interplay there in terms of their program. And in regards to cannabis-specific setbacks, they're only utilized in Monterey, and then YOLO does have 1,000-foot instead of the 600-foot under state law. So that's just sort of a quick synopsis. Essentially, others are not utilizing those additional tools. There are other creative tools that you're using. I certainly can answer questions on that, but in terms of minimum parcel size and setbacks, they are not being utilized in terms of limiting locations. So that concludes my presentation, both specifically on the amendment, the introduction and waiver, as well as the 4 report items that I was asked to bring back. At this time, I ask that you take the recommended action, both in regards to the amendment, as well as accepting staff's reports. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Merrill? I see none. Open up for public comment. Anybody would like to speak on this question? Sheriff Withrow. Well, I have the sheriff coming up, sir. After that, you're more than welcome.
Thank you, sir. I just have some questions on the ordinance. I realize time has been a long day here. And first of all, I wanted to correct something. When I spoke with you last time about whether we had attended the meetings or not, we had been there. My predecessor had folks going all the way through 2018. It stopped after the tax vote, and then we just went to the last one on like August 9th, and that's when we attended those. So I just wanted to correct that. I do have unfortunately a few questions about the ordinance. Due to time, I don't know if you just want me to read through these questions and then maybe we could get together and discuss some wording and stuff like that in the ordinance. Are you going to, I'm not sure if you're voting on the ordinance today or how you want to handle it. If you want to address each one right now, or what would be best?
Or you want to see that?
All right. Well, under 10-000 or 1-0006, authorized commercial cannabis license. There's specialty indoor, specialty mixed lighting, specialty cottages. These all kind of sound like greenhouse type situations to me. I was just wondering, as far as security, you know, we talk about a security plan in here that comes up in a little bit under 10. And then later under 41, it talks about the solid walls of these buildings. It doesn't describe how high these walls are, how they're built. So I'm concerned about the security of this greenhouse type of buildings, wall enclosed structures, and the ability to provide adequate security. And then the security plan in 10 that it talks about, which county agency reviews and determines as to whether the security plan is sufficient and what it entails. So it's questions like that.
I don't think you have a lot of questions. Is it better off we postpone this item until you guys sit down?
Certainly, I appreciate the sheriff being here, and I appreciate that he's obviously looked through the ordinance carefully and is ready to have those discussions, because certainly we've been available for those and was hoping that we could get those kind of interactions with him. We did have them in detail with his predecessor. So I think that's great. I appreciate you being here, and I look forward to having more discussions with you. I would ask that the board take the recommended action, which is an amendment in regards to retail. I will absolutely welcome any interactions with both the sheriff and his team. I've had some great conversations with his team in regards to reaching out for the sheriff. I have not heard back from him. So with him and his team, I'm happy to have those discussions. I would ask you to take the recommended action, that we then have an interaction to answer any question that he has in regards to the ordinance. Certainly, I'm sure he's aware that as we move any project forward, he is integral, his team is integral in that project moving forward. He would be asked to, he would get referrals on all of the projects. He would, of course, be asked to weigh in on the security plan. That was always how it was developed and considered integral into any security. So I would ask you to take the recommended action. Let us answer any questions he has. If he has remaining questions or suggestions on changing the ordinance, we believe it's a living, breathing document. It would certainly bring that back to you for your consideration.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah, absolutely. We'd love to be part of that. We just want to make sure that the county is protected properly and our citizens are protected. And it's just wordsmithing a lot of these.
I get it. A lot of questions. I get it. So I think we're okay now.
Okay.
Great. Anybody like to comment? Sir, you had a question or comment? Please come forward, state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'm Ron Hefner. I was just going to say that you guys were talking about the male and the female plants with the hemp, and you're not going to get very many people that want to grow a seeded plant, because once the plant gets fertilized, it quits growing. And once you start getting seeds on it, it doesn't have that many trichomes. What they want to do is have the bigger buds to get more trichomes so you can get more product for your CBD or whatever you're going to use. So I think most people, if they're going to want to grow seeds and stuff, they're going to want to put it in a special building with the male and the females and get their seeds that way. They're not going to want to put them out there on the field or anything else that's going there. So you're going to have more people striving to get, just like on the cannabis or the THC or the CBD, you want the biggest things that keep growing, because once that plant keeps growing, it just keeps wanting to get bigger and stickier and more trichomes, trying to get that pollen to make that seed. And once it gets seeded, it stops growing, and that's it. That stays that size. That's all I wanted to say, is because you're going to find more people not wanting to grow a seeded plant out there.
Thank you very much, sir. Supervisor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, one question here now on the amendments that we're considering here. So when we take the on a retailer license, when we make it exclusively through delivery, then how does that become different from a distributor license?
So non-storefront retail, which is also known as delivery, allows for under state law and under our ordinance, allows for the sale of commercial cannabis to a consumer. That is done by mechanism through delivery instead of through a face-to-face storefront. A distributor is not allowed to, under state law, take a product that it gets into its distribution to an end user. It can only distribute between legal commercial cannabis businesses. So one is business to consumer, the other is business to business.
Okay, so, but a distributor would still be able to sell it, just...
No, a distributor can only, there will be an exchange of money, they will be paid for their service, but their service is bringing a product in from a cultivator and then distributing it out to a manufacturer or a retailer, which is storefront or non-storefront.
Okay, so I'm reading the definition of distributor license here. The distributor license means a license issued by the county to procure, sell, and transport cannabis and cannabis products.
It's to sell in terms of the state law definition of distribution, because they are able to pay for their service. So if they hold it as a distributor, they can, for an exchange of money, sell it to a manufacturer or sell it to a commercial cannabis retailer that is licensed within the state system. So there is a sale, but I don't want to confuse that sale with the sale to an end consumer. So remember, our ordinance, similar to how Mr. Pelican described, there's a state level of regulation and then there's a secondary county level. We also have that here in the commercial cannabis realm, and that's that there's a state level license that they'll have to abide by. Ours is just the county second level, and so they're sort of bound by both of those. So they are not able to sell to an end user. They cannot sell directly to a consumer. That'd be a violation of their state license and their county cannabis license.
Okay, thank you.
Before I close public comment, is there anyone else like to address the board? I see none. I'll close public comment. Ms. Supervisor Miller, would you like to comment?
Thank you. So all we're doing today is addressing removing retail storefront sales from the existing ordinance, correct?
Correct.
That's it. Okay. Then I'm prepared to make the motion.
We have a couple of comments,
Okay.
questions or comments from Supervisor Wynn.
Got it.
Just real briefly, so as Supervisor Miller has already said, this means that we won't have any businesses, storefront locations where you can go in and purchase it like they have Modesto and other places or Stockton. One of the concerns that in my district has been from the cities, Lodi, Escalon, Ripon, because they don't allow those types of operations. So essentially what's happening is that then residents within their jurisdiction can get it delivered to their homes or businesses or whatever. So that's one of the things that I think they were concerned about as this thing was evolving. So I guess now it's happening. So they will be faced with that in their own jurisdiction, correct?
Pursuant to state law, they will be faced with that. Oh, I'm sorry.
Through the chair, they currently are, whether the delivery service originates within San Joaquin County or not, the state law as it's written allows the delivery across municipal boundaries.
Oh, I get it. I fully understand that.
Right.
I know it's a requirement, doesn't make it right, but yes, thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. There was a concern raised to me by one of the entities that put in a letter of interest about the size requirement for the minimum size requirement for the grow, in conjunction with what they were planning on doing for testing and stuff. And I'm not sure. I believe I got one of the gentlemen here from the organization that may have a comment on a concern for the minimum size grow. That Ren, is that something you had a concern about? No, sir. Was there a concern? I got a message from one of the gentlemen in your organization that there was a concern regarding the size, the minimum requirement for grow. Okay. What's changed when it comes to the minimum size for grow? Is there anything changed from the original ordinance?
From the original ordinance in 2018, there are no changes. The ordinance remains consistent with state law.
Okay. And then the next question then would be, that was brought up, but I think this would be outside of, for industrial warehousing, there's a requirement at the county level that you need, let's see, I think it's 2.5 parking spaces per 1,000 square foot. But in the day and age of modernization and mechanized work, that might be an antiquated requirement wherein you only may have 10 or 15 employees, not 80 or 100. So that would be amended where?
The items like parking remain consistent with the existing development title and general plan. So at this time, we have no cannabis-specific parking requirements. We just have existing requirements for the development title. That said, I have begun the process of updating the development title. I have a purchase order in right now for a contractor to do an RFP. So potentially we will see those updated in the development title. Those are not cannabis-specific. They won't be updated likely to be cannabis specific. They will just be updated for best practices in the development title. So in regards to a project, if a project is asking for some kind of change to the existing requirement, there are existing mechanisms to do that, and they would do that through the project, the use permit, or the special purpose plan.
Okay, so it could be amended, but if they only need 15 parking spaces maximum, and according to this 2.5 per 1,000 square foot, they don't need 100 spaces. That could be changed.
We have requirements, and we would look at it on a project-by-project basis.
Okay, great. One other, I do have a question while I have the mic here. We have, for clarity, we have, according to this paper, there's 5 applicants of letters of interest for retail. Is that delivery or was that storefront?
As I stated when I gave that update, those are not clear as to storefront or non-storefront. They're non-specific, but of course we will not accept. And since your direction on May 21st have not accepted, and we have been giving the information out that we're not accepting any applications in regards to storefront.
Okay, very well. Thank you.
Okay, great. Any other questions? I see none. Supervisor Miller, you want to make a motion?
Sure, I'll make the motion. Accept staff's report on the status of commercial cannabis businesses under the existing ordinances. Introduce and waive reading of the proposed amendments. Authorize county council to prepare a summary of the ordinance and authorize the clerk of the board to publish the summary, and agendize the amended Title IV, Division 10, Chapter 1 for adoption on September 10th as recommended by staff.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
We have a first and a second. We have a vote, please. Motion carries 4-1. Thank you very much, Ms. Merrill.
I'd also like to follow up on this as this was agendized. I did want to, and because this is, as Ms. Merrill pointed out, it's a breathing document and with the adoption of hemp and such, I would like to entertain a further discussion and motion on my behalf that at this time the directs county council to come up with a pause, that we put a moratorium on the process that we have going forward. We have letters of interest. We have an application process that's about to be vetted. But there are concerns. Supervisor Wynn and Supervisor Elliott have expressed concerns. We've got different types of applications being put in. But I would like to hit the pause and let's see how this works out before we go further and further down the road and we have 18, 20, 30, 50, 60, 80, 100 applications for any particular
I don't think we've had that many applicants, so I don't think
we haven't yet. But I'm saying before we go further down the road, I'd like to hit a pause so we see how we can assimilate what we have thus far in the application process or in the pipeline, since we have no actual applications, but we have letters of interest in the pipeline.
I don't see why we can't wait till we get people who can get in business before we put a pause on it. There's no reason for it right now.
Well, we're not pausing anybody that's already in motion that wants to be, but I want to hit a pause button on what we're doing after that so that we're not further down the road. So that we just, kind of see how we assimilate this, the concerns that the sheriff has on enforcement and concerns we have on, expenses and the detriments to our community. These are very valid points that Supervisor Elliott and Supervisor Wynn have raised. And, initially when we first got into this, we were talking about campuses, self-contained, and we've opened up that parameter. So I think it behooves us to hit a pause button and directing county council to maybe come back with that mechanism, throwing that out to the board to discuss.
I have a question of the county council.
Supervisor Wynn.
Can we make a motion on something that's not agendized?
Well, as part of the report that Ms. Merrill brought about the discussion about why locational criteria was used instead of setting caps. And so what would come out of this would just be direction to staff to bring back a report. But I think it does require an action from the board.
Okay. Supervisor Miller.
I agree with the chair. We haven't even gone through this process with a single project yet. We spent years crafting the ordinance. I don't think we have enough data to make any kind of a determination or have a discussion in terms of how it's going to work or be assimilated or anything like that. We don't have any data yet. And so from my standpoint, until we go through the process and we actually understand or we see that there's some issues, I I can't understand why we would put a moratorium on something we spent years developing. To me, I can't see any possible reason why there would be a need for that right now. So I wouldn't support any kind of a moratorium. I think we need to work through the process.
Okay, so what's the next step, Mr. Miles? Do we,
Supervisor Patty had framed at least an initial motion of this idea of a moratorium. So I think it's calling for a second and see if there's
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, do we have a first and a second? We have a vote, please.
And just to be clear,
before the vote, yeah, I'd like to get clarification on exactly what you intend by the moratorium.
Yeah, what I would intend is that any application, and I think that we have to notify the public of any type of sunset letters or application, for anybody who's interested in going to that application. So whatever might be required to properly notify the public in advance of that sunset. And listen, I think it behooves us to hit the pause button to see what is, if there's any detrimental effect, cost, integration into our agricultural community. We've had opposition, we've had concerns raised by very robust conversations raised by Supervisor Wynn and Supervisor Elliott and myself, the concerns that were raised by the public, people that spoke today. And I understand Supervisor Miller, I know we worked very hard on this, but we've got applications in process for X amount of grows. We've got some campuses proposed. We've got some retail proposed. I believe
No, we don't.
It would behoove. We have letters of interest. It's on. I have right here. We have letters of interest for people that are interested in doing these types of businesses in San Joaquin County. It's not deniable. We have these types of interest. Correct?
I see. I thought you meant projects, and so
No, we have
yes,
no
we have
projects.
letters of interest that state that. You are correct, Supervisor.
Right. So I'm not looking to discard them in any capacity, and anybody else that's interested in moving forward. But I am interested in, once we've maybe put in a sunset, that we hit the pause button and let's see how this assimilates in the next 6 months, 8 months, a year, and we can, like the wine ordinance, like the hemp ordinance, it's a living, breathing, moving, fluid document. So that's my intent.
So let me make sure that I understand. What you're proposing is that we notify the public that until a determined date, the county will accept letters of interest and or applications, and then on that date, we're going to close that door and only process what we've received up to that point.
Correct.
Okay, we have a couple.
That was my motion, and we had a second by Supervisor Elliott, I believe.
We have two. Supervisor, do you want to comment?
I'm seeing a very puzzled look on the face of the second.
Right, Supervisor Elliott, you're next to speak.
Okay, so now I'm a little bit confused as to what we were doing. I've been in favor of going more slowly on this whole cannabis effort from the beginning. So I was in favor of keeping our moratorium on cannabis, commercial cannabis activity in place from the beginning. So I certainly support a motion that proposes to do that. But now what I heard was that anything that has been expressed as a letter of interest would be allowed to go forward until a certain date, and then nothing else would be allowed. So I'm not quite sure what we've done here.
So if I can answer, Supervisor Elliott, the intent is that we have people, we went through a robust vetting process and we came up with an ordinance, and we have people that have expressed letters of interest to be part of the cannabis industry in and around San Joaquin County. We've got some retailers, we've got grows, we've got distributors, as you've read the breakdown. So we wouldn't be discarding them, but what it allows us to do is by notifying the public that we're going to sunset the application process or the letter of intent process so that we can assimilate with whatever is going to be allowed in San Joaquin County, but we're stopping it before it becomes 200, 500, 1,000, which may or may not ever happen. But let's just see how it works out, especially since we're integrating hemp into what we're going to be allowing in San Joaquin County. So the idea is that we just hit the pause button, process, and let's see what works or doesn't work with what we are allowing. And then at future meetings, we could open it back up or be comfortable with doing what we've done and nothing more.
Okay, County Council. So interpret this for me here. So what would we be doing with this motion? I mean, would we still be allowing those who have expressed an interest to go ahead and an application, get an approval for their application, and conduct the business activity that they had inquired about?
Under Supervisor Patty's proposal, what we would bring back would be a proposed ordinance that would allow for the existing 28 people who submitted letters of interest, as well as for any others who submit letters of interest and or applications up until that cutoff date to through the process and be able to establish their businesses, but we wouldn't accept any more applications after that cutoff date. So it really just establishes a sunset date for the acceptance of applications. We would process all of the applications and letters of interest that were in the queue as of that date. They would either become viable businesses or not as the marketplace folds out. And then in the future, the board could take additional action to maintain it as is.
Okay, if Supervisor Patty is willing to amend his motion to bring an ordinance or whatever to establish a moratorium on all commercial cannabis activity, I would be willing to second that. Otherwise, I withdraw my second.
No, I wouldn't be looking to stop the current letters of intent or those that have queued up to go through the application process. I would not stop that. That wouldn't be fair to those.
Okay. All right, I withdraw my second.
Supervisor Wynn.
It was mentioned earlier that those municipalities that limited numerically the number were sued and lost their stance. And I guess my question here, if we have 28 and we do a moratorium, in other words, or we do no moratorium, we do a close of opening applications, are we setting a numerical cap of 28 essentially, or 30, whatever it happens to be after the dead? So it's just a question, because what it does is it certainly advantages those who currently applied as opposed to the others. And frankly, if you close it off, which has been argued time and again in these meetings, is that what do? They're not going to not go into business. They're just going to do it illegally. So the whole purpose of these regulations and these laws is to somehow embrace these type of businesses to become legitimate and licensed, et cetera. So by closing it off, aren't you essentially then opening up what's already open, the illegal market? Because if they can't get in here, they'll do it some other way. So I don't know. It just seems to me it becomes a cap, which is artificial based upon what's been stated previously.
And we would, through the chair, we would look at the legal risks that are associated with that. We've not looked at this particular ramification of having sunsetting on there, and we would look at that. But in addition to, it also creates a land rush basically of people getting in their letters of interest and or applications up until that sunset date. So it's not limited to the 28 or just a few that trickle through, but anybody who's then interested tries to get in through the door before it closes.
Supervisor Miller.
I'm.
You're done? Okay. Is there a second on the motion? Okay. So I understand the motion dies?
No, it doesn't carry.
There's no second, then it dies.
Okay, the motion dies, and we have a 15-minute recess, and we have a morning afternoon session at 1:30. We'll see you guys in 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Really? Good afternoon. I'd like to call this meeting to order. The time is 1:35. At this time, we do have a service and retiree presentation. Mr. Schwitt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. San Joaquin County Human Resources is proud to be a part of the county's Service Award program. The award strives to recognize employees at milestone periods 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, and up to 40 years of service. Employees with over 20 years of service will be honored by the Board of Supervisors in today's awards ceremony. Our honorees are given 2 awards that are both tangible and long-lasting, hopefully something our county employees are proud to have. The 2 awards include a service pin identifying years of service, which can be worn by employees, and the second is a framed and matted print. These prints are high-quality reproductions of 19th and 20th century originals from the archives of the San Joaquin County Historical Society and Museum. The choice of images includes historical figures in architecture, agricultural scenes, and nature shots, hopefully something for everyone. Employees choose their print from a selection of 45 historical reproductions. The prints are professionally framed in a variety of sizes that are available to our employees based on years of service. The framed print is also personalized with a brass plate identifying the employee's name and years of service. We are proud of the award program and believe it provides meaningful recognition to our county employees who have made public service their career choice. In addition, we recognize retirees for their years of public service with a certificate of appreciation which will be mailed to them. Note that not all employees select a print, although most do. Employees who attend the award ceremony have their picture taken with the Board of Supervisors. These pictures are posted on the county intranet, and a picture is sent to the employee as well. I would like to thank the clerk of the board, ISD, and Human Resources staff who are involved in this event. After the ceremony, cake will be served in the 6th floor lobby. And if I could ask the chair and board members to come forward. Oh, okay. Wow. Oh, well. Come here. All right, we'll begin with the retirees. First is Robert McLaughlin of Facilities Management with 12 years of service. Next, Stephen Moore of the Sheriff's Office, 36 years of service. Now we'll honor our active employees. The first group are those with 35 years of service. Patricia Fainter, San Joaquin General Hospital. Rosemary Romero, Information Systems Division. We'll now honor employees with 30 years of service. Deanna Borelli of San Joaquin Hospital. Ronald Freitas, District Attorney's Office. Pamela Graham, Human Services Agency. Jia E. Low of Public Health Services. Nicholas Moreno, Sheriff's Office. Kristen Roselli, Human Services Agency. Barrett L. Shin of the Public Health Services. We will now honor those employees with 20 years of service. Kathleen Bahacek, Child Support Services. Jill M. Jacoy of Behavioral Health Services. Harold E. Mitchell, San Joaquin General Hospital. Carol L. Monroe of the Human Services Agency. Julie M. Perro Lewis, Behavioral Health Services. Amy C. Rivera, Behavioral Health Services. Sherry J. Silva, Behavioral Health Services. Deborah L. Spalding, Human Services Agency. Renelle M. Stoner, District Attorney's Office. Candida A. Terrones, Human Services Agency. Brian H. Williams, Employment and Economic Development. Jerry C. Winters, Employment and Economic Development. Is there anyone here for recognition who we haven't mentioned? Seeing none, allow the commissioners to return to their places. And I'll remind everyone that there are refreshments in the lobby.
Any comments from the supervisors? Supervisor Elliott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's always a pleasure to recognize our wonderful employees. And I always like to point out the great experience that's present here in this room. Actually, they're not all present here, but if you add up all the years of experience for those who were recognized today, who were on the list, it's over 2,582 years to be exact. So we greatly appreciate all that experience. And especially we appreciate all those years of public service and the wonderful job you do to represent our county. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Petty?
Sure. Thank you, Chairman. We get the chance to sit on the dais and represent the county in different capacities. But in reality, you guys are the face of San Joaquin County. You're the one that deals with the public. You're the one that runs the agencies. You interact with the citizens and the population at a greater extent, and oftentimes those that are most in need of great services that you offer. So congratulations for the recognition, but we thank you, we applaud you, we celebrate you, we appreciate you, because I know days will be long and years drop like dominoes, but your efforts, your time, your commitment to San Joaquin County is outstanding, remarkable, needed, and highly valued. So we all thank you very much.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to say thank you to all of you for the jobs you do, and thank you to your families as well for loaning you to the residents of San Joaquin County for all these years. You really you enhance the lives of everybody really that lives here in this county, and we appreciate it. And to be honest with you, even if they don't know your name, a lot of folks that live here do recognize your faces, and if they were here, they would say thank you as well. So thanks.
I agree with my fellow supervisors. You guys do a great job for our county. I appreciate all the hard work you've put in and the hard work you're going to continue to do and to make us all proud. If you get a chance, can you please save me a piece of cake? I'll be out there soon. Enjoy your cake. Thank you. You want a cake or 5-minute recess, or let's go?
We've got one item. We have an item. Aja?
Is there one more?
We have one more item,
Yeah, one more item.
Supervisor, and then we have closed session.
I know. Do you want to take 5 minutes or not? Let's keep going.
Let's go.
Wait for the room to clear and.
So no cake. That's what you tell me. No cake, right?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Okay, moving on to item number 2, Human Resources, a public hearing to consider unit modification petition from the Union of American Physicians and Dentists, UAPD, requesting to add the classification of certified registered nurse and anesthesiologist, CRNA, to physicians bargaining unit. Mr. Swick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Ted Swick, Human Resources Director. I'm joined by Patricia Hernandez, representing the UAPD, and we're going to begin the public hearing at this point. As you know from the package that you have received, you have a petition and an amended petition that have been filed on April the 9th of this year. There was a notice dated April 26th of 2019, which was posted at the hospital in accordance with our employer-employee relations policy. The Human Resources Department received no challenges to the petition, so there are no other parties here other than the county and the UAPD, and this was the date and time set for the hearing with respect to this matter. It is our position, and I've spoken with Ms. Hernandez, we agree that since the union is the petitioner, they're responsible both for meeting the burden of proof to establish the propriety of this unit modification, as well as the burden of going forward to present evidence with respect to the petition. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Hernandez.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. Thank you for allowing us to present this petition to you. It's UAPD's contention that the board accept the petition as it's been submitted. We have complied with the rules under San Joaquin County employer-employee relations policy, and with that we have 100% signatures from the 5 CRNAs that have asked UAPD to represent them in their professional capacity here at San Joaquin General Hospital. And because we've met all of the rules under your own employer relations policy, we're asking that you approve this unit modification. And any denial of that we will see as an unreasonable restriction on their right to have a professional representative of their choice.
Okay.
That completes the union's presentation?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, on behalf of the county, I'd like to begin by pointing out in the materials you've been provided, you have a copy of Section 9 of the Employer-Employee Relations Policy, which discusses unit modification requests. The union has met the terms, as Ms. Hernandez mentioned, of that particular language with respect to the modification of the representation unit. However, the county has adopted the position that we don't believe that this is an appropriate unit modification because there is a lack of community of interest between the CRNAs, that is the Certified Registered Nurse Anesthetists, and I'll just refer to them as CRNAs as we go forward, and the physicians who are represented by UAPD. And I'd like to offer, with respect to that, a copy of Section 8 of our Employer-Employee Relations Policy. Now, while Section 9 lays out the process for you to consider a unit modification, it does not describe for you how you might determine if those individuals have a community of interest. It's our position that Section 8 establishes those criteria, and I'd like to distribute this document for your benefit as we proceed. If everyone has that document before them, I'd like to direct your attention to page 16. That's the second page of the document. And there it indicates that in determining which unit includes the broadest possible group of employees who share a community of interest, the factors to be considered are similarity of skills, working conditions, job duties, and training or education requirements. And the county submits that after we've had the opportunity to present evidence, the evidence will establish that there is not an adequate of community of interest with respect to similarity of skills, working conditions, job duties, or training or education requirements between the nurses who are CRNAs and the physicians who are currently the members of UAPD. And I have arranged for a witness who I think still has 1 minute to get here on time. He's expected at 2 o'clock. And I would like to at least wait to call him as soon as he arrives.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Yes, have a cake.
you'd prefer to take a short recess till we have the witness available, that's entirely up to the board.
If we could take a 5.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I had mentioned 2 p.m. and to the witness, and so that's when I was expecting him to arrive. I think both David Culberson and Monica have.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Quick.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Could you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Dr. Onkar Judge.
And Dr. Judge, by whom are you currently employed?
I'm employed by the County of San Joaquin and work at San Joaquin General Hospital.
And what is the nature of your position at San Joaquin General Hospital?
I am the chairman of the Department of Anesthesiology. In addition to that, also serve as the chair of the Credentials Committee and a staff physician at the county.
And can you briefly explain your education and training for the board?
Of course. I did my bachelor's degree at UC Davis, subsequently completed medical school at UC Davis also, and then I did internship here at San Joaquin General, and then did my residency and fellowship training at UC Davis also.
Thank you. Can you briefly describe the responsibilities of your position at San Joaquin General?
Well, I have extensive number of responsibilities. My clinical responsibilities as a staff anesthesiologist, which the other anesthesiologists have similar responsibilities, are anywhere from evaluating patients weeks and months prior to them coming to surgery, and then subsequently evaluating patients the day of surgery, making a plan in collaboration either with the other physicians and surgeons who are going to be taking care of that patient or other mid-level providers, and then providing safe anesthetic care for those patients while the patients are undergoing surgery, subsequently creating a plan of care post-surgery in our recovery room, and then creating a plan in conjunction either with the surgeons if the patient is going to be staying in the hospital to make recommendations what is the most appropriate level of care for that patient. In addition to that, compared to some of my other colleagues, I do have some additional training. So I do critical care consultation and some other additional services also.
Thank you. Can you briefly describe for us the educational process for an anesthesiologist?
Of course. Again, to be an anesthesiologist, you will need to complete a bachelor's degree, which most times is 4 years of undergraduate degree. Subsequently, you will attend medical school. Again, on average, medical school will be at least 4 years. Subsequently, after that, you will have a minimum of 4 years of training, which is your residency training, where you specialize in anesthesiology.
And can you explain to your knowledge the educational requirements for the certified registered nurse anesthetist?
Of course. Currently, we do serve as a clinical training site for nurse anesthetists from one of the local schools. Majority of nurse anesthetists will complete their degree in nursing, which will be a bachelor's degree. And to this day and age, schools that admit nurses for nurse anesthesia programs require at least a bachelor's degree. Subsequently, majority of the nurse anesthetist programs in the country is anywhere between an 18-month to a 2-year master's degree, where they get training in nurse anesthesia. Prior to attending nurse anesthesia school and after becoming a nurse, most schools do require that the nurses obtain at least about 2 years of ICU or ICU equivalent work experience.
Thank you. Can you provide a brief outline of the relationship between anesthesiologists and CRNAs?
Specifically at our hospital, the nurse anesthetist and the anesthesiologist work in collaboration to, again, facilitate care for our patients. On a day-to-day process, for example, when I was on call on Friday, the expectation is that I will see and supervise up to 4 rooms. I will evaluate and assess the patients that are going to be having surgery, up to 4 rooms. The day of surgery, I will see all the patients. Once I've seen the patients, taking their medical history into account, their physical exam into account, and the type of surgery the patient is going to have, I will, in collaboration with the nurse anesthetist, come up with a plan that will give the patient the safest care in the operating room, and then subsequently will be involved in that care of that patient until that patient's care is either transitioned to the patient's going to go home, or the patient's care is transitioned to another physician if they're going to be admitted. And again, very rarely, I will keep the patient to myself and admit the patient under myself.
All right, can you describe for the board the process that occurs for patients prior to the date of surgery and the role that the anesthesiologist plays and the CRNA plays, if any, at that time?
So generally speaking, from the day prior to surgery, the patient's a patient who is going to have surgery, their primary care doctor will determine that this patient needs surgery. That patient will subsequently go see some surgeon of some specialty, and that surgeon will then, depending on, again, the patient's comorbid risk factors or medical problems, will book the patient for surgery, and or the surgeon will contact one of us to have us see the patient in advance to see if there are any optimizations that need to occur. So for example, if let's say on a given day we are going to do 20 surgeries, those 20 patients that are going to be coming in for surgery will, majority of them should come to our hospital, and we'll go through a screening process, and of those, a select few will be seen by the anesthesiologist. And of those patients, the anesthesiologist may make adjustments to their medications, may order additional studies, for example, stress tests or lung studies or additional scans to ensure that the patient is going to be ready to have a safe process from the time they go to the operating room to the time that they come out of the operating room. The nurse anesthetist in that situation at our facility has minimal involvement with the patient and will not be making any clinical changes to their medication or management that would be occurring at home.
Right, and when you mentioned in your testimony they would come before us, did you mean anesthesiologists?
Correct.
Okay. All right, now, on the day of surgery, what are the nature of the responsibilities for the anesthesiologist and the CRNA?
Well, both, again, the CRNA anesthesiologists are responsible to make sure that the patient undergoes a safe process while the surgeon is doing the surgery. So again, once the anesthesiologist has seen the patient, the anesthesiologist and nurse anesthetist will meet briefly for anywhere between a few minutes to maybe 5 to 10 minutes, discuss the patient's medical history, what are some of the implications of the medical history, the type of surgery the patient is going to have, and what those in combination are the things that can affect the type of anesthetic the patient gets. Subsequently, the patient will be taken to the operating room by the nursing staff. The patient, once they have all the appropriate monitoring on, will undergo induction of anesthesia, which is the patient is put to sleep. And again, majority of our patients get surgery under general anesthesia, will be put to sleep. And once the patient is asleep, again, the appropriate steps occur for surgery to start. The anesthesiologist and nurse anesthetist will be involved in collaborating, again, the process where the patient goes to sleep, and then subsequently as the surgery is underway, the responsibility of the anesthesiologist at our institution is to check on the patient that is undergoing surgery, depending on, again, the type of surgery and the illness of the patient, either very frequently or if the surgery is very short. After the patient is put to sleep, the anesthesiologist may not go back to the room and see the patient in the recovery room or go back to the room when the patient is waking up from surgery.
Now, are anesthesiologists present at the time in the operating room for patients when the patients are put to sleep?
At our hospital, the anesthesiologist is expected to be present for majority of the cases where the patient is being put to sleep. However, the physical infrastructure of our operating rooms, where the operating rooms are extremely close to each other, the anesthesiologist can bounce from room to room to ensure that all the needs of all the patients are being met simultaneously.
And how many CRNAs will a physician supervise at one time in the operating rooms?
The maximum CRNAs and anesthesiologists will supervise is 4. The one thing that I may say also is that the anesthesiologists are also expected to do their own cases. The anesthesiologists in our department do not just serve the role of supervision.
All right, let me ask, all patients are not the same, is that correct?
That is correct.
And can you give us some basis for differentiating between the different kinds of patients?
Of course. I think given the patient, we serve a very unique patient population where majority of our patients do not have ongoing regular primary care, and their medical problems are far more advanced to even compared to when I was at UC Davis. So what I think we have patients that fall into usually at least 3 categories. You have your young, healthy patients who are going to be, somebody who doesn't have any medical problems, can probably run a mile within 15 minutes. Then you're going to have patients who have a few medical problems, who may be on a few medications. Those are going to be, our patients that are what we say your ASA 3 classification patients. And then we have our trauma and sheer emergency patients who come as they come, and we, do our best to provide life-saving measures too.
Now, are the roles of the anesthesiologist and the CRNA different depending on the type of patient that's being operated on?
Yes, I think the expectations of the anesthesiologist's involvement in the patient's care start to change as the level of medical complexity of the patient changes, and also as the patient who is a trauma patient changes. Again, for example, you have a 21-year-old athlete, goes to college, can run a mile under 10 minutes. They're coming in for a knee scope, which is a 45-minute case. The anesthesiologist will accompany the nurse anesthetist for when the patient is going to sleep, and the anesthesiologist may even leave the room as the patient is going to sleep and see the patient in the recovery room. Then you get your patient who we get quite frequently in our county is going to be the major car wreck or the patient who suffered a gunshot wound. The anesthesiologist is expected to meet that patient in the trauma bay with the trauma surgeon, and the decisions are being made, is that patient coming up to the operating room or not? And if that patient comes up to the operating room, the anesthesiologist will stay with that patient and will get assistance from the nurse anesthetist to help care for that patient. And the anesthesiologist is not expected to leave the room until either the surgery is over, the patient is extremely stable, or unfortunately if the patient has expired.
Right, now, you've described basically 3 categories of a simple, healthy patient, a complex patient who has other medical issues, and thirdly, a trauma patient. Can you tell me of those 3 categories, what do you see, generally speaking, at San Joaquin General?
Majority of our patients at San Joaquin General are going to be trauma and complex patients. Patients, again, and the data supports that are going to be what the American Society of Anesthesiologists will say ASA classification 3 and higher.
And can you ascribe roughly a percentage to the number of the patients that are either complex and have health issues and are trauma as opposed to the simple patients?
Again, although I've not analyzed the data, but I would say at least 70 to 75% of our patients are going to be the ASA 3 and higher.
Thank you. And you mentioned earlier the anesthesiologist supervising the CRNAs. Do you have a supervisor-subordinate relationship with those individuals?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions. Would you like to cross-examine?
Yes, I do. Good afternoon, Dr. Judge.
Good afternoon.
You have said in several occasions when you're answering questions that in our facility, the anesthesiologists supervise the CRNAs. Is it California law that the CRNAs must be supervised by an anesthesiologist, or is this just a facility-specific practice that we have?
So California law does not indicate that a nurse anesthetist must be actively supervised by an anesthesiologist. Each facility that provides care to patients will determine their practice models and their practice policies, and it is based on that. What I will say is in the state of California, majority of the practices where nurse anesthetists practice generally end up being in a supervision model.
And you said that you have a supervisory relationship with the CRNAs. What does that supervision entail? Do you have to be there for the majority of the procedure, only at the beginning when you can walk away? Do you always follow up on every single case that every CRNA works on?
So to answer your questions, again, the expectation of the anesthesiologist working with the nurse anesthetist, again, is in collaboration. The anesthesiologist is expected to follow up on every single patient that goes through our operating room. So for example, again, I'll give you the example of Friday. On Friday, I was staffing at least 3 rooms and potentially up to 4 at certain part of the day. All of those patients, as they are making their way through our recovery room from the time that they come in to the time that they leave, the preoperative documentation notes are done by the anesthesiologist. When the patient is being discharged from the PACU, those notes are also being completed by the anesthesiologist. The anesthesiologist is always walking. They're expected to walk into the rooms and be available to assess the patients as needed. In addition to that, assess the patients in the recovery room. And again, infrequently there will be patients at other institutions and more frequently at our institution where patients will bypass the recovery room and go directly to the ICU. At that point, the anesthesiologist is expected to see that patient in the ICU to make sure that that patient is having a safe recovery.
Okay. Also, your position in the Department of Anesthesia is a little different from the rest of the anesthesiologists. Can you tell us what your position is in respect to the Department of Anesthesia?
Of course. So again, I'm the chairman of the department, so therefore I do have the responsibility of ensuring, one, that we have enough staffing for the operating room to help facilitate, make sure that if we need to recruit more physicians or nurse anesthetists, I do that, which is different compared to the other anesthesiologists. In addition to that, looking at peer review, looking at complications, and then assessing which of those complications need to be reviewed versus referred to other departments. In addition to that, if you're alluding to the fact that I provide different level of clinical care to my peers, that is a correct statement. I do have additional training that I do and facilitate procedures that other anesthesiologists in my department do not. However, the expectation to provide nurse anesthetist supervision is the same between myself and the other 5 anesthesiologists in the department.
Are you in the UAPD bargaining unit?
I am currently no longer a member of that bargaining unit. I was previously. Since I've become a physician manager, I've not been involved in that.
Okay, and so just to be clear, the modification of our unit is that we only have non-supervising physicians or employees in our unit. CRNAs would fall under that same category. And I have one last question for you. Do you have to maintain, in order to maintain your license, do you have to complete continuing medical education or education, and how often do you have to do that to renew your license?
To maintain your California medical license, physicians need to do continuous medical education. That is a correct statement.
Right.
That is not an exception. That is not specific to anesthesiologists. That is specific to all medical doctors who want to maintain a California state license.
But do CRNAs have the same requirement in order to maintain their license?
So nurses in the state of California are required to maintain continuous education, and since again, a bedside nurse, an ICU nurse, a nurse that works in the clinic is expected to continue to maintain continual education. Again, my wife is a nurse, and therefore I'm aware that she is also required to do that.
Thank you.
All right. Excuse me. I don't have any other questions of the witness. If any member of the board has questions, we could proceed to that.
Supervisor Wynn.
Doctor, in regards to your role in the hospital and certainly with patients, it sounds as if you're kind of the overall head in diagnosing and determining what the needs are in that particular surgery. And then the nurse, the CRNA, then they facilitate accomplishing that goal. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct. But I do want to emphasize that I do have 5 other colleagues who also serve that similar process, and we all share turns on and when who is going to do what role. But that is correct, but I am not the only one. We have 5 other colleagues.
So in that particular setting, I'm assuming in the operating room or in preparation for the surgery, you're developing the plan as to what would be administered, when, how, et cetera, and monitored until after the surgery. Is that correct?
That is correct. The expectation of the anesthesiologist in my department is to, again, see the patient preoperatively, take everything into account, and come up with a safe anesthetic plan, and then communicate that plan with the nurse anesthetist. The nurse anesthetist, in collaboration with the anesthesiologist, will continue to maintain that plan. In surgery, things do change, and the expectation of the nurse anesthetist is to help facilitate safe care. And if things do arise, the expectation of the nurse anesthetist is to collaborate with the anesthesiologist and let them know what the patient's status is. So if the plan needs to be changed and additional interventions need to be made, that they can collaborate and come up with a safe continuous plan.
Well, obviously your role is to oversee the entire operation itself before it starts, during it, and then after it. Does the CRNA nurse have the ability to act in the same capacity as you do, to make a decision as to, okay, maybe this isn't working, so we're going to go this way? Or would they do that in collaboration with you or another anesthesiologist?
So I think in terms of capacity, again, the role of the anesthesiologist is not just merely in the operating room. The role of the anesthesiologist is going to be from the expectation of the anesthesiologist is to look at what the patient is undergoing now and project out not just for the safe interventions for the immediate, but to project out 60 to 90 days, because interventions that the anesthesia team will make in the operating room will have repercussions 20, 30, 60 days later. So there are interventions that the nurse anesthetist is expected to make on the immediate that can be without collaboration of the anesthesiologist to ensure that the patient remains safe. However, again, the expectation is if there are going to be decisions that endanger the patient's life or decisions that may have repercussions 60 days later, those are going to be, majority of that decision is going to come from the anesthesiologist.
So, in other words, the nurse who has the technical and the training skills to administer and maintain and watch over something that you've prescribed, or at least you've determined is best for that patient, they would never take that role. And I mean, obviously, if something happens and they're there, as in any other nurse in the ICU or any other place, they would take appropriate action based upon what's happening. But ultimately, you're the one who sets the plan, so to speak, and down this particular path. And if something happens and you're not immediately available, then they would make a decision as to correct that.
That is correct. At my institution, ultimately the patient that is in the operating room is a responsibility of the anesthesiologist.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Supervisor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So continuing on that general line of questioning. So is a nurse anesthesiologist always under the supervision of an anesthesiologist? Or a nurse anesthetist, I guess, always under the supervision of an anesthesiologist?
At my institution, majority of the time, a service is being provided to a patient, the nurse anesthetist is in collaboration with the anesthesiologist and under the supervision of the anesthesiologist. I think in medicine, given especially at my institution, we are a trauma center, we deal with a lot of emergencies. I think it is very difficult for me to say always. But I would say majority of the time that is correct. There will be times when I may be providing care to a patient and a gunshot wound gets rushed into the operating room, bypassing the trauma bay, and the nurse anesthetist will be the first person in the room making some life-saving interventions, and I may be arriving within a few minutes of that. And at that point, I am still going to be responsible for that patient. I am still a supervising physician, but again, the expectation of the nurse anesthetist is going to be to provide life-saving measures.
Okay, so now, the way this particular request is phrased, the idea is that the request includes the CRNAs who work in a similar capacity and a similar scope of practice. So would you consider that CNRAs generally work in a similar capacity and similar scope of practice as an anesthesiologist? Or does that seldom happen?
At my institution, that is incorrect because, again, the expectation of the anesthesiologist at San Joaquin General Hospital is much more than just putting the patient to sleep and taking care of the patient in the operating room. The expectation on the anesthesiologist is to ensure that prior to even the day of surgery, the anesthesiologist is going to be involved in the care of the patient, and the anesthesiologist will remain in the care of the patient after surgery is over.
Right. So from what I understand you're saying then, that a CNRA would very seldom engage in a similar scope of practice as to what the anesthesiologist does.
To answer that question, again, what I would say is the roles, there are going to be times where they do similar things. When, again, you have an anesthesiologist and a nurse anesthetist both putting a patient to sleep, because there are going to be times when I do not do supervision and I do my own cases. What that means is I see the patient from the get-go, I take the patient back with the operating room staff, I put the patient to sleep personally, and then I wake the patient up personally, take the patient to the recovery room. So in that sense, there are going to be some overlaps, but the expectation, the capacities are different.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I have a general question, not about your salary or the nurse's salary, but in general, what would be the pay disparity between the two?
I'm not sure how to answer that. Is that a percentage or base pay?
Just base pay. Ballpark. Again, I'm not asking.
Ballpark, I think what I will say is public knowledge. A new graduate nurse anesthetist salary that we pay at our county is plus or minus $185,000 plus benefits.
Okay. The
salary of a anesthesiologist starting at our hospital is $345,000 is the base pay. Okay. There are some incentives that go into the anesthesiologist compensation, maintaining board certification and production.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Just ballpark. So I have a question for Mr. Zwick. It says that these nurses, they're unrepresented. Do we have any other class of nurses at the hospital that are unrepresented by any bargaining organization?
Not to my knowledge. Other than the management, the nurses who are involved in management activities, they are not represented. Mm-hmm. But in terms of I would use the characterization line staff, nurses at the hospital are represented.
And how has that happened? Wouldn't it be normal practice that they should be represented? And where would they fit normally in other similar hospitals? Where would this group of nurses fit in?
Well, ordinarily, employees in in the base state prior to organization are all unrepresented. Mm-hmm. So when a labor organization comes in and files a petition to represent those employees, they identify who they think should be in the unit.
Okay.
And when this unit was petitioned for our nursing unit by the California Nurses Association, when CNA did their petition, they excluded the CRNAs. So back when, I don't know exactly when, but we're talking decades back, when the unit was originally organized, CNA described the boundaries of the unit as being registered nurses, not including CRNAs, and therefore they remained unrepresented.
And by being unrepresented, are they being exposed to any unfair labor practices, or are they given the same considerations as if they were represented?
Of course, they do not work subject to a collective bargaining agreement, which is I think the key distinction here. They don't have a collective bargaining agreement, an MOU pursuant to which they work that prescribes all the rules and regulations. They are basically an employee that has the relationship with the employer and is given that direction, but the provisions of the MOU don't apply to them. However, I would say that we, in terms of our wages and benefits, et cetera, closely parallel in the non-union represented employees in the same skills as we do for the employees who are represented. And as Dr. Judge just indicated, the beginning salary here is, I believe, was
180.
Yeah, 180, and that's a very significant salary. That's actually higher than what our base salary is for nurses.
What's the base salary for a nurse?
I want to say, I think it depends widely, but I would say our nurse fives are probably in the 120, 130 range.
Got it. So it's our position, your position at the county, that we should take no action without recognizing this group of five and leave them without representation, or let them then pursue another agency's representation?
They always have the opportunity when there's not, this petition is pending, so they couldn't seek other representation at this point. However, I would point out that the process that we go through is laid out in Section 9 that you have in front of you, says that we'll post a notice at the hospital, and we post that notice for 30 days. If there's another labor organization that's interested in representing these individuals and has some showing of interest that they support that, then that individual can intervene in the process. And we mentioned earlier in my prefatory remarks, no challenges were made to this unit as proposed by UAPD. So that was the opportunity for other labor organizations to get into the process if they chose.
Okay, and lastly, if they were to be represented or unrepresented, what would really change? What's the difference with what they're seeking and currently what their work conditions are?
Well, I would say, again, it comes down to the memorandum of understanding and the specific delineation of the rules and the rights and benefits that are described in the MOU. Clearly, we need to treat all of our employees appropriately so that they remain our employees, but they would not be working pursuant to an MOU, and that, of course, is no different than any other employee who is unrepresented.
Okay.
Did you want to comment?
Yes, I would. Supervisor Patty, this might, San Joaquin General, we're a little bit unique even having our physicians represented. I believe we might be one of the only county hospitals, and Mr. Culberson shaking his head, thank you, that has our physicians as part of a represented labor group. So just, you know what I mean, I was kind of hearing your line of questioning, and so and I'm just using the example of the group that this labor union represents. There's a number of county hospitals. Their physician workforce is represented by a foundation. It is not, they are not employees of the organization that runs that hospital. So I just wanted to share that with you. We are unique that we are actually the employer and our physicians are our employees.
I'd like to clarify that's incorrect. LA County, they have several hospitals and we represent all the physicians there as well.
and beyond
County.
beyond
We
LA?
also have physicians in San Mateo County, Alameda County, Santa Clara County, and they're all represented as well.
And they're all employees of those
That's
county
correct.
hospitals?
That's correct.
Okay, then I stand to be corrected. That was not my understanding by those county administrators.
I'm still unsure of what the pro or con is of this either way.
Well, I'm sorry.
If I may, the con would be that you would be denying these employees who have requested exclusive representation by UAPD, you would be denying the request. And that is, you're keeping them from being unionized when they're asking to be represented.
Okay, and in the other, you mentioned the other hospitals, other county hospitals with physicians that are represented. Is this a normal practice where the anesthesiologists, nurses are joined with the anesthesiologist doctors?
In other counties, they are lumped in with nurses. However, in Los Angeles County, we have even pharmacists and veterinarians in our unit, bargaining unit. And I'd also like to point out that salaries wouldn't necessarily be a good marker of whether or not someone should be included in our unit, because primary care physicians in this county, their base salary is $197,000 per year. Very similar to a CRNA.
I'm sorry, if I could just have the opportunity to answer Supervisor Patty's question. Supervisor Patty, the employer-employee relations policy provides the board with the opportunity to give oversight over the nature of organizing within the employees of the county. And so it's in our interest to have bargaining units constructed in a way that the community of interest between the members of the bargaining units is similar. And as we've argued today, we don't believe that it is similar. And in this case, if you were to approve a bargaining unit where there was not an appropriate community of interest, it becomes more difficult for the county to administer an MOU with those individuals if there isn't adequate community of interest among the members.
But are they outliers where these 5 nurses are so far, they're above regular nurses, and they're just outliers that it's difficult for them to fit in anywhere?
No, that's not to say they wouldn't be part of another bargaining unit. If someone else were to petition for them to be represented, we would come before you and have a hearing and evaluate all these issues as well. Our contention today is not that there is no bargaining unit for them. It's just that the UAPD is not the appropriate bargaining unit for them.
But other bargaining units had the opportunity to intercede in this process, and they did not do so. So they're not interested in representing these 5 CRNAs. I mean, you can't force them into a bargaining unit that they don't want to be in. And that's what you would be doing in this case if you just randomly select another unit that was not interested during the 30-day posting period.
Yeah, but as pointed out, by our Dr. Judge, and by Mr. Swick, there's a disparity, and we're all of a sudden changing and bending rules to accommodate when that's not what the provisions and the standards that have been established that we're supposed to follow.
Your modification to our bargaining unit could establish 2 units within UAPD here at San Joaquin. I mean, your discretion is broad, and it says so in the section that the county provided. In determining which unit includes the broadest possible group of employees. It doesn't say the narrowest or most similar. It says the broadest.
Chairman, I think. Yes. Doctor.
Yes, Doctor.
The one thing that if I may add to help the clarification process, then the nurse anesthetist is what you classify as an advanced practice nurse. And we do have at our hospital other advanced practice nurses also. So I think that's something that may be looked at to see if the struggle is of appropriate classification.
I have a question. You earlier indicated that you hire or you determine whether to hire more anesthesiologists or CRNAs. Do the other anesthesiologists also have the ability to hire? And do you also make the determination on whether or not to hire more nurses or more maybe a medical assistant? Are you involved in that process?
I do not have the authority to hire or terminate anyone in my department. What I do have the authority to do, in collaboration again with the other anesthesiologists in my department, is to look at need. So for example, if we had an anesthesiologist who was going to retire or take employment elsewhere, I would talk to our hospital administration and make recommendations that we need another anesthesiologist. Similarly, if we had a CRNA who was going to either resign or we had the need to hire additional ones, I would make the recommendations to our administration that we need to hire additional staff in that same capacity. Similarly, again, we look at operating room staffing and we work in collaboration. We have a steering committee that looks at what the volume and the capacity of our operating room is, and based on our committee, we decide, do we need more staff? And then we make those recommendations to hospital administration, and then hospital administration at the end of the day has the authority to hire and find the appropriate candidates. We are involved in the interview process and vet the providers to ensure that they have the appropriate training and skill set.
So you are involved in the hiring of nurses and medical assistants or surgical assistants?
No, I do not hire those individuals.
Supervisor Miller.
Excuse me, I have a question. You said there were other advanced nursing credentialed nurses at the hospital. What other types of advanced nursing categories would there be?
We have nurse practitioners and family nurse practitioners that, again, go through a master's degree program and get training to become advanced practice nurses. The nurse anesthetist is under the same classification as an advanced practice nurse.
And this would go to Mr. Swick. What bargaining unit are they?
The nurse practitioners are in the CNA bargaining unit, represented by the California Nurses Association.
Okay, I'm just really curious why the CNA did not want this particular classification. It just seems really odd to me.
Well, as I indicated, the notices were posted. Whether they actually became aware of it or not, I don't know. I did not send them notice directly, but we did notify or post a notice inside the hospital. But I think the question for today's hearing is whether this is an appropriate unit, not whether anyone else is interested. I think I share your curiosity in that regard, but I'm not certain why or even if CNA is interested in these employees.
Well, and I guess it's not just about is CNA interested. I guess what I'm curious about is why are these 5 individuals not interested in being CNA members? Why did they select this particular bargaining unit, and why do they feel that this is a better fit? Because it seems, I mean, they seem very different than the physicians in many respects. So I'm curious why this selection was made. Maybe you can.
Yeah, I met with them, and they felt that they are more like the anesthesiologists because they work side by side, and they felt that this was a better unit for them to be included in. Also, they receive the same benefits and raises that UAPD usually negotiates. So if we negotiate a certain amount of COLA, it's reflected in, it's automatically given to them. They're also made to sign individual contracts, which other employees are not required to do. They have a 90-day termination notice included in their contract, and they also participate in the 401A, which is exclusive to physicians, as far as I know. We're in negotiations now, but physicians do have a 401A in addition to choosing to be members of SJ Sarah.
And Supervisor Miller, to your question, I think we'd have to ask CNA that question. I don't know the answer that why they have not particularly sought these individuals. But I would again point out that the purpose of our hearing today is to decide if this unit, as described in this petition, is an appropriate unit. Other issues with regard to the representation of CRNAs is a matter apart from this hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think we've touched on what may be some of the answers to these questions here. It sounds like these 5 CRNAs picked the unit that they could make a case for that would get them the best deal. It sounds like they would benefit more by whatever bargaining was done by the UAPD perhaps than the CNA. I can't say that for sure, but it just appears that way. So then, if they convinced UAPD to file this request on their behalf, I would assume that the CNAs, if they were aware of it, decided, well, let them go for it, see if it works. But I think it still comes back to the basic question, is it really the most appropriate association? And it just appears from what we've heard that it's really not. So if we were to deny this request, then the CRNAs would still be able to approach the CNAs to request that they be added to that unit, wouldn't they?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Although UAPD will be challenging your decision with and ask for a mediator, a third-party neutral person to come in and see whether or not your decision is the appropriate one.
At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing. Anyone in the public would like to comment? I see none. I'll close the public comment. I'll bring it back to the board. Any other questions or comments? If not, we'll have a motion maybe.
I would just point out, Mr. Chairman, we have provided a proposed order and findings, as has Ms. Hernandez. Our order obviously is that the petition should be denied, and the reasons are stated therein. And Ms. Hernandez has presented a competing order, which in which the petition would be granted.
Okay, thank you. Anyone want to make a motion or anything?
I'll do it.
Elliott.
Okay, I move that we deny the petition made by UAPD to add the CRNA classification to its bargaining unit and adopt the appropriate findings to support that decision.
There's a second.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Can we have a vote, please? Motion carries 4-1. Thank you very much. This concludes today's board meeting, and we'll enter recess to closed session. I'm sorry. Is there anything to report going into closed session?
The board will meet in closed session on the items listed on the agenda. There's no announcement expected coming out of closed session, so we can adjourn to closed session at this time.
The board will adjourn to closed session. Thank you very much.